Well, now's the perfect time to talk about it because we're in. Hey guys, what's going
Well,
on?
that's the thing. Hello.
Hello. Hello. What's going on, my dudes? We have the starting soon thing is right here. I can finally touch it again. And Big Chat seems to be working like it should. So everything is going well, I think, at least. Look at that guy over there. He's pretty crazy. That Hihachi looking guy. Look at that guy. I bet you don't remember him.
Never seen him in my life.
But yeah, I hope everybody is doing good this Wednesday night, or afternoon for some of you, or I don't know, like Thursday for some of you potentially.
Yeah, but let's keep it real. We're gonna be a little insensitive and just say Wednesday night.
We're gonna be in. It's Wednesday night. That's the only time that it is because that's my time. It's kind of like The Rock, where like The Rock goes on like a special time that's like The Rock time whenever he does like any of his like workouts and stuff like that. He doesn't go by any like particular time zone. He's just like, no, this is what time it is, no matter where I am in the world.
What a guy.
Yeah.
I think
your
it
time
technically
zones don't matter.
I think it technically is PST the time that he goes with. I don't remember off the top of my head which time zone is the Rock time zone, even if the Rock is in like anywhere in the world. But I think
There's,
he has
yeah, you're right. No, actually, I have no idea.
I
the
think
memes.
it's PST. I don't remember though. I don't know. But yes, Lord Thibbet, about 3 minutes ago, gave a Prime sub for 12 months, the 20th total month. Thank you very much, my dude. Much appreciated. Zach Pope just resubscribed for the 27th month. Thank you very much, my dude. How you doing? And we're gonna do some avatars. This is the last game of the year.
We did it, boys.
It's the very last one, and there was
Christmas gone.
There was definitely no heckin' technical difficulties that is going to make this one any worse than what it would have been if we would have not had those.
Probably nothing gone wrong the entire year. Everything's been smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing.
If you think there was a problem, maybe you should consider therapy.
Or maybe you were 100% right.
If you think there was a problem, I think that you're wrong. That's just my thoughts on the subject. But we'll decide that another time. Let's go ahead and get us into the actual thing, so that people don't have to keep looking at my hands. I do enjoy when people look at my hands. It's very nice of you to do that. But let's go ahead and just head over here instead. We're in the main avatar room at the moment. There's been some cleanup. There was more cleanup before, but for some reason the room didn't save all the changes I did to it today. So I'm very upset about that. Which means that a lot of different things that I would have brought into it is not here, but we should still be fine with anything you guys do today, I think. So we'll have to see based on a case-by-case basis, because you guys could go places that I have no idea where you're going. If you guys decide to go anywhere in particular, things could go down. But we will see just about where everything is at the moment. Everybody is here. The only person that hasn't taken their color is the Squeako, but she is the here. And it is a new day as well, so I'm going to be giving you guys all of your heckin' fleetings back as well. Does anybody have any idea what happened last time?
I got this.
You got this?
Yeah, I got this.
Let's go, my dude.
Let's recap of this year. So we
recap
began
everything
the
that happened this year.
No. I can just go to sleep.
Go ahead.
So we did some shopping. Maylee got to buy some whistle, which you got at half price because
that's one
she
thing
is very dangerous in this cute form.
That's one thing I have to make again. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Jim got a big bag, and Rui got his water skin finally.
Hey.
And there was some, food purchase, all that good stuff. Eventually, once all of that was done, we got ready to leave. Rui and Nuan had a talk. He gave her the water bending scroll, And then everyone went off to, well, we went into the direction of Mikapu, the place that begins with M.
We just have to ask. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, we just
Makapu,
have to
there we
ask
go.
Phantom.
Thank you.
Majin
Phantom
Buu?
knows.
Oh,
Phantom knows what it is. We just have to ask Phantom.
Thank you, fam. So we went to Makapu. Well, before we got there, we first landed just a few ways away, and we decided to take a break, get some rest. And Luca put on his new outfit, which is, looks nice. It's great. And as that happened, the group talked about what happened the last time they were at Makapu.
Yes, Makapu.
Maka.
There we go. I'm gonna keep forgetting. Anyway, so while that happened, the group talked about what they left there, which was things ranging from jewelry to money to oil to weapons.
We have to find all of the oil.
All of the oil. Nothing bad will happen to oil in a village.
You can do anything with enough oil.
anything could be bought and sold for the right oil.
Yes, oil. So after discovering all the oil which was left, they decided to go to sleep. And the Night Mother was like, cool, I'm just gonna try and disturb everyone's sleep, I guess. And so with the help of Brightwing, everyone woke up except for Akira, because the Night Mother was like, we're gonna have a one-on-one conversation in this dream place. And eventually Akira was able to convince her just to be like, chill out, we'll get to it when we get to it. And she was like, okay, fine, but make sure you get to it. It's like, that one friend that owes you money and they're like, I'll pay you when I pay you. And you're like, but pay me now. And then you just back off because you don't want to break that friendship. But we're not friends with the Night Mother. Anyway, eventually Akira woke up, explained what the Night Mother wanted. And everyone was like, okay, I guess. And then Luca changed back into a girl and then changed into a guy with ease. I guess the Night Mother's plan failed. Nat 20.
Nat 20s are hard, man.
Then everyone made their way to Makapu and began looking for their stuff. And they found their stuff. Except for Akira and Luca, because when they went to the place that they were staying, they found a dude who was pretty much exploded, holding a god which was fucked, and he had a black ring on him. So, Akira's trap worked very well. And, they took the black ring. Meanwhile, Isha and Hoko seem to be going somewhere, which Ichibei and Ru noticed. So the two, Ichibei began to follow with the assistance of Brightwing, and then he was taken to. They found a ring-like mountain raised bit of land where Ichibei eventually made his way to the top with Brightwing's help, and they saw the mountain. Well, his corpse anyway. And it looked like he was pointing to someone on the ground, which he marked. And so Ichibei was like, I have to find a capable earthbender, which is Jin. And so Ichibei asked Hoka to find Jin, which Isha was like, I'm gonna find Jin, and I almost fucking killed him. And then Isha was calmed down by Luca, and then Jin made his way to the mountain, dug up what was hidden, that the mountain had hidden, and we found the box. Everyone else made their way there. We opened the box. What was inside the box? The Avatar's claw. Yeah, the Avatar has a claw. Long story, which we don't have all the details to.
Long story, Avatar has a claw.
And so everyone tried to figure out what to do with the claw. One of the options was maybe we should just put it back in the box and throw it in another hole, which we couldn't because the box has a self-locking mechanism. Also, the box could only be opened by a black ring. So, good job on killing that black ring member to take his black ring. And so afterwards, we tried to figure out what to do. Jim was like, I'll bury the mountain and figure out a piece of, well, an item which we can take to eventually speak to him again. But once everyone left him alone, Jin poured one out for the dead homie, I guess.
Pour one out for the dead homie.
Yep. And that's what happened.
You did, yeah. That's a rather concise bit of stuff. Not a absolute ton happened, but what did happen was pretty big stuff.
Pour one out for your boy.
Go ahead and get you some more Roospiration.
Oh, it's Marge Simpson in our RP.
Not even.
And as we're about to start, is there anything else that needs to happen?
Yeah, I've been waiting this whole time. I have a big blank canvas now to roll this on.
Yeah, dude.
Which is insane.
You can only expect good things from it at that point.
Yeah, who knows? It should be. Will it be okay? I don't know. That was almost a 20.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Wow.
That was almost a 20 on the unfucktometer. That would have been pretty bad.
Somebody would have probably died today.
You have saved someone from death. How do you feel, Tristan?
I'm going to Disney World.
But yes, everybody would have made their way away from here as that was going down. While Jin is still up there doing his thing, the rest of you would have gone down and made your way back into the main part of the town. As we're going to do that, we're going to see what you guys are going to do really briefly before we get to Jin coming back down. And as we are doing so, hey Squeaky.
Yeah.
We finally have this, don't we?
Wait, what?
Going over here at your little token.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't see this. I get to see this.
Surprise! How you do? Happy New Year! Oh, look at you.
Your hair's still long as shit.
Well, of course.
Phantom did this super fucking quick.
She baby.
I wasn't gonna ask about it because it was crimish, so I was gonna be like, it'll be out at some point.
It's New Year's evening wear.
She cute.
It's adorable. I love her. She has a shit-eating grin. She's ready to eat all your cookies, even though you already cooked dinner, and she's like,
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not hungry.
You're like that one friend who when you're out at dinner and you're like, hey, I'm gonna order the dessert. You want anything? And you're like,
more
no,
macaroni.
I'm good. No, I'm
More
good.
cheese.
And then you take my fucking dessert.
More macaroni.
What is that from,
More
Squeaky?
cheese.
courage.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was, you said it like, where the fuck was it?
More macaroni.
And then just at the end, just throw on the ground and go, I don't like macaroni.
It's like, oh, that's nice.
Throws it off the table.
I hate macaroni and cheese.
You fucking.
Or just ask for chocolate pudding at 3 a.m.
Oh no.
Jin, why are you making chocolate pudding?
So I don't sleep if I don't.
But you guys,
Adorable mini.
You guys would have made your way away from here. Rue would have left first, but Rue, as you are leaving this part of the area, I'm just gonna go ahead and put you guys over here on the other thing, blah, for a moment. This going back into the city, Rue. There's not a ton left for you to try to find anything here. It does look like most things have been picked through. According to them, this place has been destroyed for well over a year at this point. So as you get here, start looking through things, you're not really finding much of anything. Is there anything in particular you'd like to do before the others catch up with you?
I think he'll just sit down and kind of just have a serious look on his face.
Okay. As you sit down near where you guys were kind of showing themselves around this point, the others would start making their way away. I believe that the ones who had left first were Luca and Mei Li, I believe. I can't
Piggyback
remember.
riding, of course.
I can't remember exactly, but I think you guys were the first two going. You guys find as you make your way back through here that Rue is just sort of sitting down, hanging out, waiting. Is there anything you guys would like to do while the others are catching up?
Not that I know of. Anything squeaky?
Should we do something?
You do not have to. No is a good answer. If you have nothing planned, then no is a good answer.
Should we do something?
So no, I hear.
Need to do something? I was like-
Ichibe and Akira, you guys would have came down as well around this point, making your way to where the group is. Again, is there anything you guys would like to do before joining back with the group?
Nothing that I'm worried about.
Okay. Akira, same.
Kind of finish what we were doing here.
Akira, the same.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll say that for the most of everything, you guys collecting yourselves back up and waiting for Jin would have taken a little bit of time, but you guys do so. Rue, as you're sitting down with that serious look on your face, is there anything in particular you'd like to do in the couple of hours that it will take Jin to set up that grave and head out, or are you guys all ready to just wait for Jin to be done?
Actually, I might ask Akira a thing.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Do you want to drag him away from the group? Do you want to ask him right here? What's going down?
No, I'll just ask him right here.
Okay.
Cool. Hey, Akira?
He's dead.
Shit, not again.
Nightshade?
Well, I guess I'm just doing nothing.
Nightshade.
He's not on mute, so he's just.
Hey, Nightshade, you there?
All right.
I don't care. I'm high as shit right now.
Wow.
I should
Okay,
end
let me
this
just-
fucking
okay,
guy.
Might have
I'll-
actually kicked it.
I'll talk to Luca for a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Okay, let's give him a
now
minute.
I was gonna be like, hey, your teacher was all about this weird lightning bender thing that he said you guys.
You want to bring that up
but,
with him, yeah.
Yeah, but we can do that later.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Well, maybe one day Nightshade will return to us, and we'll see what Nightshade has to say
Yeah.
about that. There he is.
Let you go, bro.
I had to stop Abel from eating his leash.
It's fine.
Oh, fuck a noble goal.
So, Rue, you wanted to talk to Akira.
Yeah. Hey, Akira.
Akira is listening.
Go ahead, Rue.
I say hey.
What a wonderful kind of day. Okay.
Hello.
That old man when we were in the Fire Nation, the guy who never gave me his name, I assume he gave you his name.
Are we talking about the lightning bender?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck.
He never gave you.
Yeah, he. No, oh, okay. No, okay. No, that was the previous guy. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. No, he didn't.
Okay. Well, he mentioned something about you learning something that might be helpful that myself and Luca and the Avatar would learn.
Oh. Yes, it's possible.
Mhm.
It's something more akin to firebending, but it's called lightning bending.
In particular, redirection was what he was telling you for those three.
Yes.
Mhm.
Hence the water scroll.
Ah.
I wish to learn more about waterbending styles, and it's more or less for redirecting, but you do hold lightning in your hands for a few seconds.
Well, since it's useful, I was wondering if you would be willing to go through the process with us while I assume we're waiting for Jen.
I'd certainly like to try.
Akira, you can show the steps that you were shown. Of course, you're no like master lightning bender right now, so you know,
Right.
being still learning the different movements of water bending and things like that. You do sort of while Jin is doing his thing, step off to the side, and you do show Rue like the movements that you had learned from not only the waterbending scroll, which you have tried to master as the days have gone by, but also the ones you were shown by that old man. As you start moving it through, Rue, you do look at this with a bit of interest, but as far as the actual style is concerned, it is again much more akin to basic like water bending than any sort of ice bending. I'd like you, while you're there, to roll me for your diligence, please.
Gotcha. Let's put all of this in. No,
I thought you liked being a not diligent boy. What's going on here?
Yeah, I have a +1 in my diligence. That doesn't mean I don't like being diligent. I don't like being charming.
Oh
Nat
no!
Oh no!
As
What's
you
waterbending?
as you watch these steps, you find it very hard to understand exactly what is trying to be done. You see that he is kind of like tracing his muscles like down in a certain path as you're going and doing things, but you're not sure how such slow movements could do very well for you without seeing it in action. It is very hard for you to grasp. And as Akira is showing you the movements, he does. I'm sure, Akira, you repeat what was told to you about basically you take in the lightning or the sort of energy in the tips of your fingers and allow it to flow into your central body and then flow out through your other exposed hand and whatever
Do I
direction
see
it would
this?
go.
Yeah.
As you are doing this, one moment, Luca. As you are doing this, it is rather hard for Rue to pick up on what is going on. You guys do this for a good number of like a little bit of time as Rue is trying to get the hang of it. As this is going on, Luca, eventually, because they are doing it as long as they are, you do see that they seem to be doing some sort of waterbending movements over there.
Do you need help?
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
not getting this.
Luca falls asleep.
I
I'm on
could
your
give it
back,
a
so I come
shot.
along with you.
Yeah.
You have not been riding their back for hours, Melee.
Totally.
I'm as light as a feather.
If you want to be with them, you can.
Mhm.
But I doubt there's been like a 3-hour long piggyback.
But we have matching gloves.
Me too.
Well, you got them gloves for, Melee. That's weird. I'm kidding.
I don't know.
But yes, Luca, you make your way over, and you say this to Akira.
Grip.
Well,
Yeah, I could give it a shot.
Um,
Do you want to
well,
re-explain everything to Luca, Akira, or?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll re-explain.
At this point, Luca and Rue, you guys all get kind of caught up with this. Melee, you're there as well, but you know, this is a waterbending / firebending
The
thing.
adults are talking.
The adults are talking, Melee. You have your frog.
I put Bailey on
If
my back.
they're-
There we go.
Oh, yay.
If there is one thing I've learned as being Akira, waterbending styles are not solely for bending. They are absolutely karate moves.
As you guys get this explained to you, mostly everything that is explained is the basics of the lightning generation technique and how the the old man who was the trainer of the captain firebender you guys had seen used a lightning technique, the one that had unfortunately taken down your previous master. He explained that in order to fight against something like that, you would need to defend yourself, and this redirection technique was something that he believed that waterbending styles is very good with. For someone like Akira and the Avatar, they can take in this chi and move it through them as if they were just firebending, and use it as a little bit of a safer method. For the two of you, as you come to note, it is much more difficult. It is much scarier because you guys can excuse me. Since you guys cannot do firebending, it is a lot more dangerous to attempt to do something like this. Obviously, if you are not right on it whenever you do things, if you guys are not right on the money with the technique, then the chi could get stuck in your heart, could get stuck in your body, and basically kill you. But this is something that he theorized could only be done by firebenders or waterbenders. As you guys go through the motions...
Can I say something as Akira?
Go ahead.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. If I may make a suggestion to the both of you, pretend that this isn't firebending at all. Pretend this is waterbending. Pretend this is no different than what you normally do.
All right.
Thinking of it as something else is counterproductive.
I think I get what you mean.
Do the two of you want to attempt to do things again? You might have to put down the person you just put on your shoulders, Rue. Because they're training.
Indeed attempt. Oh.
Kometu goes to do the technique as well.
Aww.
Kometu tries to redirect lightning.
Jesus, that'd be amazing.
But no, if the two of you would like to go ahead and roll me diligence. Roll me again, Rue. Mostly just from the bit of a talk that Akira just did with you to see if you can grasp anything extra. Both of you roll me the
Nat one.
Why do you wish for that one?
Because I just accept my bed rolls at this point.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Luca, you are grasping it to the point of you are doing pretty well with the movements. However, the very start of the movement, which is the quick jerking movement of one of your arms, is very foreign to both of you waterbenders. The speed of the technique, of the reaction time needed to first catch the lightning is very much foreign to both of you. Very much not something you would ever know from waterbending itself. It almost is similar to like a water whipping technique, only you have to start off with that extremely quick movement and not like lead into it. As Akira is showing it off, Akira, you haven't really used this as much as well, but you have successfully pulled off the movements. So roll me one more time for your diligence as well while you're doing this. This isn't going to hurt your roll you did last time. This is only going to see if we can get more stuff from it.
We want to see if we can get more out of it?
Yeah, just roll me that diligence.
Okay, since I have a 0 in intelligence, let's use the remaining 2, just so that way we can get more out of this.
Gotcha. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. As you are trying to show it off again, you feel as if you potentially have it down. You think that whenever you do that first sharp movement that you are possibly able to do this. You're not, again, it would be so much easier if you guys would have some sort of way to practice this safely. But unfortunately, you're the only person that could even attempt lightning bending, and you know how dangerous the technique is for any of the three of you.
I wouldn't even try to put them through any of that kind of shit.
You try your best to get them to get the movements correct, but by the time Jin is done with his stuff, you guys, you have the movements down, but you're not sure you have the reaction time yet down.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's not something. It's something you could attempt, but it is also something that will be very hard. And as I've said, this is me talking out of character at you guys. Bringing lightning into you ain't good. Ain't very good. If you fail this,
No.
if you fail this shit, I might just kill you. Like
Yeah, we're pretty much dead.
Yeah.
it is a way to get the lightning away from one of your allies, which is very good, which is why they wanted to teach you this in the first place. But damn, if I'll probably murder you if you fuck it up.
So this might be an out of game question, but does cold armor do anything for lightning or against lightning?
what?
Your cold armor technique?
Oh,
Yeah,
Do-do-do.
it adds AC, but it's also ice.
It would. It's not something that is going to help you as far as this technique in particular. It's just we're gonna assume that if you get missed by lightning with this extra AC, it's because they like struck like a bit of your ice and it broke off or something.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, where you're not gonna conduct it towards you. Hopefully, with just with what has been talked about. You have never seen lightning bending.
Yeah.
These guys have. They saw how it kind of arcs out and forks out from the user. You're thinking just like, man, I saw like that ray gun thing that other guy did. Maybe that's what this is. But as you guys all get through this this bit of training, all three of you think that you probably need some more training with this technique. None of you feel extremely confident. Akira feels like he could do it, but it's also still a little dangerous. You guys feel like you could attempt to do it, and man, you guys will super die if you fail. And Meilei's like, nah. I'm here with my frog. They're doing that. I'm just gonna avoid it. I'm just not gonna get hit with the lightning. How about? By the time all that is settled, you guys would all be mainly in this area over here. It is getting dark at this point. It is getting darker in the sky by the time that Jin and Hoka and Brightwing would make their way back over. But Jin, you make your way over after settling everything in the stone with the mountain, and you find yourself not in the greatest of moods. With all this happening. At this point, when you guys collect yourselves, you see that most of the other people in the encampment have been brought up, at least to somewhat of an idea as to what has happened. As you guys look around the encampment here, Jen, is there anything you'd like to do now that you have rejoined the group?
Not really, no.
Okay. Jin, you make your way in. You don't really do much of anything. You just kind of go and sit down off to the side, just with a bit of a grump look on you, because again, big things going down. As you guys finish your training, as Jin, you finish your sit. Ichibei, Meili, you guys are. I'm sure you guys are doing some little minor things throughout the different thing, maybe talking to different people, doing different things, but because you guys didn't say you were doing anything, we're just going to assume we're going to move on to the next part of the night. As all of you guys get settled with everything you had set forth to do, once things get darker around here, Lord Jian does make their way over toward all of you. I'm sorry to have to talk about this right now, but it is getting late in this place. Are we to assume we're going to be staying here for the night?
I don't see why not.
I believe that it'd be best if we don't go too far away at this point into unknown territory, but all of you have been around here before, so I didn't know if there was any other things we might want to do. Since we have finally made our way to the mainland, what is our next move? Do any of you have any objections for me bringing out the map?
No, I don't. I think you're right.
I don't
We
want
should
to. I don't want to rush you. I know that something dark has just happened with you, but I do want to make sure that we all understand where we're going and how we're going about it, just in case the worst happens.
Mhm.
Especially
Absolutely
with that,
fine.
especially with that dream that Akira had last night. I think that making a game plan would be the best option. You see him bring over the large scroll that has the map of the Earth Kingdom on it. As he does, unfurl it. Heading over to the main map over here, my dude.
Yeah, map.
Did he sit down or is he doing this like standing or something?
He's standing. He has it. He has one of those scrolls where it like has like the counterparts at both sides, so he can keep it very straight. He seems to be holding it in a way that a lantern that he has placed onto Bao's horn can catch it in the light.
I'm picking up melee.
Yay, stand behind him so I can see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As you guys look at the map, you guys know that you guys are in this village. I just want Phantom to say it every time, honestly. I just want Phantom to say it every time. I'm going to be honest with you.
I get that.
Makapoop?
Now that you guys are in Makapu Village, you guys have seen that there's not much here other than the things you guys had just found. You can know that there are certain areas to go at this point. Now that you know what happened to the mountain, now that you know everything about this whole scenario, now that you guys have gained your old items that you had hidden away again, where is it you guys would like to go? Has your plan changed at all onto which area next you'd like to go head off to? Currently, the closest areas are Nutaku, which is over in Ya. If you go to Nutaku, it'd be a very easy way to transition to the northern port village that you know that Boss and them are at. However, again, you're on a bison. You guys can basically go wherever you want to, but Nutaku is also a pretty good starting point. You guys can make your way to the Spirit Forest, which is where you guys eventually want to see if you can talk with Nuan, trying to get to certain spiritual people to talk with them, including potentially the mountain if you can talk to him. The Abbey, which is the area that you know that the other person you have met in the beginning of the campaign was taken originally, but again, it has been over a year. Those are the three closest areas you guys can think to go. You know that there was intelligence that said that certain waterbenders of the southern waters were in the mid area of the Earth Kingdom, so you guys could try to do a scouting mission down through here to see if you can find the pirates that you guys have met before, the ones that with Falson and the rest of them in there. You guys know that Old Taku's over here. There's not a humongo reason to go back, but you could. The mountain that the Ona is at is right here. The mining village that you guys had left the that one spirit thing doing things around there is right there. I'd like to know, where do you guys want to go first? Eventually, you guys want to make your way to Ba Sing Se, obviously, but there are things that I'm sure each of you want to do before you head there. Or you guys can just go straight to fucking Ba Sing Se. I don't care.
I think Nutaku is a good starting point because we can just go anywhere afterwards.
Well, the big thing I'm asking with Nutaku is there anything you guys would like to do in Nutaku? Because again, you guys are on bison. You guys can basically head wherever you want.
Yep.
I was talking with Fomel about this beforehand. You guys literally have this entire map is anything that I just marked is within like a day's travel for you on a bison. Maybe the mine is like 2 days because you know you have to stop before you get there and actually go on foot. Otherwise, all of that fucking fog might get you. But like everything else is like within days travel. Like you guys are good.
Yeah.
Then the only thing from Nutaku would be getting bison food, I guess.
Yeah, that's going there, and the northern port village would basically be getting supplies, getting some bison feed, getting some stuff for yourselves, things like that.
We could get that in Bossing Say, though, right?
Yeah, but Bossing Say is a decent bit away. To fly to Bossing Say would take you guys around a week.
Yeah.
If not a little bit more, because like again, you can't like fly over certain mountains. Bison can only fly so high, stuff like that.
There isn't much reason to go to Nutaku apart from supply, unless for some reason we want to see Yuki's mom and that one guy we left here in session 3.
Yeah, that guy. I know that guy.
Colin?
Yeah,
there you go, Colin.
Thank you. They probably moved out.
Where he found his mom.
They either killed Daolon or he's still in that monastery or he's been moved. So, try to find Dalto. To tell Boss and the Earth King of Amashu that, just give him an update on everything. Go to the mine to get our fucking pickaxe. We can go get the mine to get that pickaxe back from whoever stole it and whoever impersonated me.
Well, where are they supposed to be?
In the mine.
In the mine. The mine. I'm pretty sure that's the mining village with all the mushroom zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that time? Remember how I made you walk into a room with a zombie in it?
Good time.
Yeah,
Good
didn't the zombie thing basically say, don't...
They didn't say anything to us. They didn't say anything. I do know we got...
It did give you the warning.
That was there.
Yeah.
The spirit that was there was like, don't fuck around with this.
Yeah.
We don't have the avatar this time, so they'd probably just be like, well, you guys can all go fucking die.
At this point as well, though, you guys are fantastically like stronger than you were back then.
Yeah, but the hive mind's probably stronger too, considering that it's been a year and a half.
Maybe.
There's also that key I still have that will unlock something in that place.
If you think Pickaxe Magoo is in there, then yeah, we can probably get that back. Because we're saying that pickaxe can probably break the rock that we were worried about, right?
Yeah,
it's made of the same. It's made of the same ore.
That is the stuff that you guys would probably need to be able to free the Night Mother, without
without having to have our soul sucked out. Because the rock does that when we bend it.
And then she can explain to Mei Li why Mei Li's a vessel for her.
Yeah.
I will mention as well, you guys are pretty sure that you might be able to do it without the pickaxe, just because you guys are stronger now. But again, the pickaxe would be safer.
Oh, the pickaxe would be safer, and also I'm petty.
Yeah, isn't there that guy still pretending to be Jin?
Yeah, it's the guy who took the pickaxe. Yeah. He's in the mining village. Fuck that guy. I hope he's probably dead by now. I don't know.
You know what? Let's kill fake Jin.
I think in the days worth of flying that we got, I think establishing
I found you, Faker.
I do want to check out that monastery, but I think something more prudent would be to try and find those water tribesmen, see if Dalto's around with them, figure out what the fuck happened.
I will say, just to this is not me wanting to push you toward anything, just letting you guys know that right now, because it's gonna sound like it. The more you guys go in any other direction, is the further you'll be away from the monastery. So it will take you more time to get back to the monastery than you are right now. This is not me pushing you to the monastery.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put that right now. But if you
what's the monastery again?
Okay, so the monastery is where we know that a year ago, that's where they took Daolon and his sword.
Oh.
And that was a year ago. So he's either dead. Would that
be a good idea to go to now that we have an item that literally 100 fucking black rings died to try and get?
Huh?
Yeah, like I'm concerned it still has black ring.
Although
either Daolon's dead, or they've moved him, or he's still fucking in there.
I get it. We lost him in session 1. But
I think we
We
have a
kind of
duty
have
to at
we
least
kind of
check.
have two children of the Avatar and the Avatar's fucking cock ring in our possession.
A hand.
We have the dildo of the Avatar. Like we probably shouldn't with all this shit. At the same time, though, we are fucking stupid strong.
Yeah.
I just feel like, you know,
Got a lot of answers.
that's like they have to have a base of operations, right? That has to be one of them. That's why I'm concerned.
Perhaps, but consider this: we always had two kids of the Avatar around with us, so
fair. And if I really have to whip out like my dick and slap him around a little, I could probably beat everybody inside that fucking monastery.
To be fair, we do have with us someone of Ichibe's skill, as well as one of the fabled Oni of the Fire Nation. I believe that we should not be able to have too many problems if anyone wants to worry about things sneaking up on us, even just scouting out anywhere. Going down to the south to find this Dalto of yours could be an interesting endeavor. However, we would have to be searching from the skies with no real idea as to where they would be.
No, I think he wanted me in too, considering he was trying to help protect your country from the Black Sun.
Wherever we all plan to go, I don't see much of a reason to, deliberate if we have too many ideas as to not go. He looks to Ichibe. If you believe that this is too dangerous, then we don't need to make our way any more dangerous than it already is. But, as you say, we do have two children of the Avatar, quote-unquote. And isn't this Daolon a third?
Yes. Sorry, I mean sushi.
Oh, that's fine. That's what we got it for.
I waited like
that's
over,
what we had. That's what we had delivery from Nutaku for. It's fine.
Squeaky and I both waited like over an hour for this, and I've been very hungry. It's tasty.
It's cool. But
that
is just my 2 cents.
I will say we are pretty fucking jacked. So like,
I don't think that there's anything we need to worry about.
I'm down for the monastery. Hopefully, I can find the boomerang in there.
It'll be packed with all kinds of interesting things. Or nothing, they might have abandoned it.
Let's hope Daolon's still there. It's been a year.
Yeah. What's he like?
Buff, dumb, good-hearted. You know.
Huh. Since you guys attract the type. Looks like Ox.
Huh?
To be fair,
you just like look over, you see him like having his finger in his ear, like he's just like going back and forth. He looks up, huh?
In our defense, that wasn't us that made him show up.
So like he starts like trying to flick it off of his finger, like.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Every piece of information we can get while we're out here will be useful. That's what I think. Who knows when we'll be back after we, re-kidnap, was it double kidnap the Earth King?
Well, then now we have to think about it like this. Do we go during the day, when they will be able to see the bison approaching, or do we go now?
To the monastery? I mean, I'm fucking awake. I'll crack my knuckles. I'll give him a little some. Let's, I'll
crack my knuckles. I don't give a fuck.
The night does work better for you.
I don't give a fuckle.
I don't give a fuckle. Look at my knuckle.
Look at my knuckle. Give you the fuckle.
Maybe.
Now go, Shuckle. All right.
Nice hair.
Personally, I don't care when we go, and if we're quiet about it. I think I'm done trying to hide all the time from these fuckers, to be honest.
We don't have an avatar they can capture. Let's just fucking beat them with our dicks.
I think it's been long past due for some open warfare.
This is like my first involvement with the Black Ring.
That's French for I'm gonna find the guy that cut off my arm and kill him right in front of all of his friends.
Rue's like, yeah, let's go kill those guys that did bad to you guys.
To be fair, they're probably doing bad to your people too.
They're
everywhere.
My people are doing bad things to the Fire Nation, so you know.
Kyogre fucking hates them. You should too.
The Avatar did teach you guys the whole
I stole the
spirit
blue
deal.
orb.
With the red orb, Kyogre will do my bidding.
Throws
Shut
the
the fuck up about
fucking
the
orb
orb.
immediately 5 seconds after in the stupid fucking animation. Why? Why would you fucking script it that way? You could have been
What
like,
does the
with
monastery-
this blue orb, I
Jordan.
awaken the ultimate being. But no, you said, so long as I have the blue orb, Kyogre will do my bidding. And then you fucking chuck it.
Join us next week for Tristan's explanation
really
of the
upset about
Pokemon
it.
anime. Is in depth detail about the orbs and
That's
Kyogre.
like the worst script writing of all time.
Anyway,
The monastery.
I vote going to the monastery as
Do you want to do
Wes.
it now or do you want to do it later?
Okay, let's do it live.
Alright.
It's gonna be really hard to see things if we go at night, though. Unless the place is well lit.
Currently, you guys are at like the beginnings of night. It will take you guys probably a couple of hours to make your way over there on Bison. It's not gonna be pitch black probably, but it would be harder for anyone to see a bison flying in the sky. The monastery itself, you guys would assume if there are people there, would be lit enough that people will be able to do things.
Okay.
Do you guys want to
I'll go tonight. I'm down.
Okay. As you guys say this, each of you go to the different people here. You guys make note that since Beishi has not woken up, maybe they'll bring up the rear.
He's still asleep.
Are you sure she's not just an actual rock?
She moved a little bit today.
She's just actually dead.
She moved a
The
little bit
wind
today.
moved her a little bit today. You
I need
can't
to
just
show.
say
Do
that.
we need to give her a cure-all at this rate or what?
You know, honestly, I wouldn't worry about it. She'll, like, we're doing fine without her. We'll do fine with her. Maybe we'll do worse with her. We don't fucking know yet.
With
Maybe
those
if
two,
someone-
with those two taking up the rear, who else is going to go on their bison? Because they will be taking up the rear of all of this, since they wouldn't be really going in for humongo fightos.
Yeah, you know what? In fact, since you guys will be doing the incredibly important job of defending our backs, here, hold this box.
You want to give the box over to Lon?
Yeah, here's the box and the bag it came in. Do not look at me. Do not let this bag out of your sight.
I don't know where you got this bag. I'm going to be honest with you.
Don't worry about that. Worry about what's inside it. Don't lose this.
Also, if for some reason none of us comes back, whatever inside the box, just find a way to chuck it in the ocean.
Fine, go back to the Fire Nation, throw it in the volcano.
Yeah.
So,
Or eat it.
because all of you are bringing up all of these crazy things to that, should I assume that all means if something were to happen and you all perish, I bring it back to the Avatar?
I say, yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
She'll know. She's smart. She knows what to do. She'll probably figure something out.
What the fuck is this thing?
Find some way to just give it to her. I don't care. That's not important. The important part is you defend
I'll
it.
let Avatar Nuam figure out what to do with it.
Good. Good boy.
Just looks at it all over like, what? They told you what?
Are you guys just gonna have those two be on a bison by themselves? Do you guys want to send anybody else with them?
It would be good. Ox.
He's kind of stupid, but I mean, he'll cause a ruckus.
Ox is a good muscle to keep in the back.
Xian, maybe.
Xian.
Yeah.
I suppose
At least-
suppose I would be best off staying back here with them.
Yeah.
And Hoke is just like, nah, I'm gonna put Isha on this bison. We're gonna go.
Yes, well, there. I guess All the front line then.
Okay. If everybody else is going on to the other two bison, let's go ahead and...
I'll drive.
You know what? Sure. Actually, here. There you go.
Here's the
What do you
keys to your bison.
Well, yeah, I have to drive. It's my bison.
Are you excited to stretch your tiny little legs for the real fight?
I'm stretching them now.
There we go.
Oh, is this Water Nation?
God damn.
Water try.
Fly, 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 land.
Oh my god, right on the head.
Perfectly on his head.
Perfect.
He's a ghost. I don't think he has real weight.
Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop.
The girls' room.
Doop, 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 doop. Doop, doop.
And Ox.
And Ox. And Akira.
Doop.
And Ichibei.
Doop.
And Jin.
How many people can fit on fucking Bow?
Ryan.
Are we hitting the limit? Because, like,
Basically, you guys are spread between these two bison. You guys are fine.
cool.
M. Bison could take everybody.
But as you guys
True.
go to make your way there,
This
Whoa.
is the girl side.
let me go ahead and mark your pathway. Boom, boom.
The boys have to be on this side of Bow. I don't make the rules, except I do.
You do make the rules.
I said that.
Why did you make this specific rule?
Because I can. Because boys are gross.
God damn.
I know you're not actually 8.
I don't know. My mind is slowly regressing. Or it couldn't be.
That's not how
I
that
get
works.
to act.
though.
I get to act my age now. Let me have this.
I get to act my age.
You're right. I've always assumed you've been acting your age.
Woo! Woo!
You all begin to fly off on Bow and what's this other one called? Grilled cheese. On Bow and grilled cheese, you guys will set forth with Keiki making their way after all of you. As you guys are making your way to the monastery, let me go ahead and get the picture, the long lost picture of the monastery that is not going to be what it actually looks like because of reasons. Maybe because you guys didn't immediately go there in the beginning, but you know, whatever. Who's talking about things like that? I'm not talking about things like that. Where are you at, you dumb thing that I added to the game earlier but didn't get? There it is. You make your way off to what appears to be this large abbey looking area. As you go to get close to this place, it is getting rather dark for you. Akira is in basically darkness as he is up here because, you know, it's very cold still. It is not it is not out. It is just getting to early spring. It is still very cold. But as you guys fly over this area, which would be mostly taken in by snow and things of that nature at the moment, you guys would note the abbey itself appears to be in disrepair. As you guys fly over the abbey and land near enough to where it is, you find that not only is a lot of the areas here completely taken in by the elements. The doors are basically half off their hinges, and a lot of the shingles and things inside of the roof and things like that have seemingly fallen. There are no lights on around here either. The only lights you guys see while high up in the air is a little bit further off into the woods. There appears to be a very small settlement a little bit further away, but it does not seem like there's anybody here in the large abbey that is on this area.
Well then.
You guys can investigate if you'd like. You guys can try to make your way over to whatever that other settlement is if you'd like. What would you guys like to do as you guys are getting here, readying for your attack, which apparently isn't going to happen?
Does it look war torn or just worn down?
Mostly worn down. However, there are some signs as you look at some of the breakage in the shingles on the roofs and things. It does look like there was some sign of a struggle here at some point, long before now. Because it looks like the snow has covered it over decently well.
Well, that little town is something to keep a note of, at least.
Should we do a quick double check and then go to the settlement?
My thoughts exactly. Let's start turning every stone.
Do you want to land? Want to land in the abbey?
Yeah, I mean it's an open courtyard, right?
Yep, there's plenty of room. The structure, whenever you guys land on the inside, seems mostly intact. It seems as if the doors and things like that are perfectly fine. However, again, it seems like it has been racked by the elements for at least a few months. It looks as if it could probably use a good dusting, definitely. But the only signs that there was anything up is there does appear to be a very interesting weapon left at this place.
Are there any signatures around?
Is there any what?
Heat signatures, body heat signatures. Are there any around?
Yes. No, as you look around the area, you do not sense any sort of body heat other than like some small animals that seem to have potentially used this place as a bit of a home. As you step out, Akira, looking around, especially now that you have your increased vision from your eyes, from your dragon eyes, you sense no spiritual energy, nor do you sense any sort of heat signatures.
Well, that's interesting.
Again, other than like small animals and things like that.
Yeah, but they're like being no spiritual energy is kind of odd. Whole world's kind of got it.
Well, you know what I mean, like actual like spiritual presences, like actual like there's
living here.
There's nothing living that you can see with any of your visions.
Right. When I think spiritual, I'm thinking of like that giant panda from Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not really a lot. It's not really there.
Yeah. You do sense that obviously that this place is very very high in nature and energy and things like that, but it is nothing to the point of like Brightwing, for example.
Sure.
Yeah, you guys get off. As I said, as you guys inspect around a little bit, you guys do find over by the walls of the wall surrounding the abbey. There is what appears to be sticking out from one of the walls, as if it was hastily left behind. What appears to be a broken saber, seemingly made of bone. As you look to it, it seems to be very chipped, again very weathered. Rue and Luca, you guys would recognize this as Water Tribe make.
I gotta admit, I love that aesthetic. The type of things that are made out of bone. That's just so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You guys find this weapon that seems to be of Water Tribe make. As you guys look around, looking at any of the signs that there was a struggle, because again, there are a couple around. You guys see that there is several seemingly scuffles happening throughout. Most of them seem to be done with weapons. There doesn't appear to be a ton of damage that you can tell like from earthbend or anything like that. There's no debris like all of a sudden like brought up from the ground and things like that. Whatever sort of scuffle happened here probably happened with one side surprising the other side.
I mean, this was Dalton then.
Interesting.
I'm almost disappointed. Well, let's rip this place to pieces and find what we can get.
We could definitely do that, Hoka says as he walks over. However, this would be a very nice place to stash the bison and Isha away from the cold.
Oh, you know what I mean by rip it apart.
He points off to the southern area of the southeastern part of the wall. Seems like there's some overhangs there. We can put everybody stationed pretty well that way, and maybe make our way off toward that small settlement either tonight or in the morning. Let's check this place out and see if there's anything completely against anything, but I trust Akira's vision more than I trust anything else around here.
It's one thing that we can always be reliant on.
The senses of Isha and Akira have never let us wrong.
I wish we
You
had peace now.
see that Isha is just kind of like smelling around. You see that Akira, as you're watching Isha move around, she seems to be sniffing out those small animals and things that are like hiding over near the main entrance.
Right. Hey,
What?
I am not a dog.
I never said that you were. However, you are very formidable with your senses. You're very similar to Isha in many ways.
Oh no, that was out of character. I was going to say that in character. I would have said like, I am not a panda dog.
No.
Fuck's sake. As if, well, cool, it's a dog-sized panda or a panda-sized dog. Who knows?
Well, you know what? In that case, I will say that in character. I am not a panda dog. All right, there. Now we can continue that conversation.
Is that what you have over in the Fire Nation? We have polar dogs mostly in the southern waters.
They're very
No,
cute.
those are eastern. Those are more northern region. We have grizzly dogs.
Grizzly dogs.
All bears are dogs.
Hey, I had a fantasy that I would have a grizzly dog by now with the face of my Abel. So it'd just be a little Cavalier King Charles Spaniel head on like the fucking body of a grizzly bear.
Whenever you guys get back to the port city, just be like, "Hey, I want to fucking buy a pet."
Yeah. Well,
that's how we got
freaking.
That's how we got Jin.
Well, right now, as of this moment, I have one. It's a fucking mac and cheese.
You do have grilled cheese here, who has even taken up a liking to you.
Yeah, so now I have to think carefully. I would be like, well, let's see. Well, you know.
And then there's Mei Li with their mini pets.
How many does she have? I thought she had 2.
Right now,
I only have 2.
Yeah.
But if
Okay.
you also count several people here, they are also my pets.
I don't count people.
Jesus.
I'm going to ignore that.
Well,
Ryan looks over toward the group and then starts like making her way off to the sides. Would you like me to go and look around the area? I can see if there's any sort of, well, other things sticking out about this place, or I could actually go and scout out that small settlement for you if you want me to.
actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
It's up to you, Ichibei.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Hell, I could go do that. I just sound like a lazy piece of shit now.
You can be sure to come with if you'd like. I heard that these forests are rather spiritual, though. You can maybe guide me around.
Lying, I know this place and I have no idea where the fuck we are. Fucking sure.
Here, take Kometu with you.
Let's go save. Yeah,
Take
okay.
Kometu.
Take Kometu with you. You have as much spirituality as a moist brick.
I'm the son of the fucking Avatar, thank you.
Moist brick.
I will say, Mei Li, that you know that now that you are back in cold temperatures, that he is not having a great time.
Yeah, you actually better just keep him safe because I'm gonna move at high speeds and he's
if you
gonna
remember,
freeze.
if you remember back when you were in the northern Earth Kingdom before, he was very, very much cold the entire time until you guys got to bossing say.
It was pretty funny.
I'm just gonna stuff him back into Bao.
We'll say that Ichibei and Ryan start checking around the area. Maybe they'll go out as far as the village if they need to, but mostly just checking to see if there's anybody around that would be a threat in the forests.
Figuring it out.
As everybody sort of gets everything settled, you guys look inside of the monastery itself, I'm guessing eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Upon getting in, you guys would see that there are quite a lot of vats of liquids and other things inside of here that seem to have been moved away. Some of them seemingly stacked around for a purpose, as if they were moving them. Whoever left this place did not leave in a hurry, but they didn't leave with everything that was in here. Looking inside, you find that this place seems to be full of different kinds of scented perfumes and things of that nature. Looking inside, and as the further you look into any of the things left behind, the only other stuff that seems to still be here, there are some things that can be considered rations, or at least could have been considered rations about 7 months ago, that are now basically have been opened up, and most of the scavengers around here, like the different animals and things, have picked their way through them. Other than that, inside the monastery itself, there appear to be a bit of some interesting sights. As you continue going forward into near the back, you do find that there appears to be a back area to the monastery, and as you guys step out and look back there, you find a much more gruesome bit of a sight behind there. As you look into the back of this area, you find what appears to be a large pile, as if a bonfire was made. Looking at the bonfire itself, it seems to have again been picked through by different animals and things of that nature since it had happened. But one thing you do see, like poking from like some of the soot of the area, some of the burn of the area, do appear to be potential bones and remains, as if whoever was the victor here had potentially gotten rid of the bodies of the losers.
Dika, is this something I feel like the Southern Water Tribe would do?
You do know that when it comes to tactics as far as like the military tactics of the Southern Raiders, they would not be against something like this. You weren't actually in the military. You guys could potentially go and ask Hoka if this is the case. However, from what you are looking at, staring over toward them, you're not sure. You're still not sure who won whatever incursion this was. So it could also be Black Rings burning people as well.
Yeah.
Whoever had won this fight, if it seems like they were taken to a position back in the back of this place, and it seems as if they were very carefully stacked around and seemingly gotten rid of. It does not seem like there was a ton of haste to it. You see that around the bodies themselves there are rocks, as if they made a pit for whatever this was. You're not sure why someone would do that, however.
This just seems strange.
Pile of bodies.
Yuki comes over, looks over, hiff, steps back.
Huh?
You said there's remains in the fire, right? In the fire pit, right?
It looks as if there are some kinds of remains. You guys every now and then looking at the soot area back there without getting amazingly close to it. You guys can see like small rags that come from it. There are the occasional looking like there's the occasional bone back there as well. Again, it has been such a long time. You're not sure if there was larger things, they were probably carried off by animals and other things like that. Looking at the back as well, near where this stuff is, this is something that Ichibe would have seen before everybody else. There is actually a hole in the wall back here, probably the entrance that whoever had attacked this place had used to go and get them. Something that you guys might have used if there was actually people here.
Just a hole in the wall.
There is a hole in the wall that looked as if it was destroyed or blasted open.
Oh, deja vu. No. Should we clear this out?
I mean, we're not going to be staying here, are we?
It's far enough away. It's far enough away from the actual area here. It's not like directly behind the monastery. It's a bit away. This place is a lot bigger than it looks.
Yeah.
If you can look at like these little windows here, like right here, like this is a pretty big place.
Is it weird? I feel bad for them.
No, I feel the same.
Strange, but
Can we at least bury them?
Do you think there's anything worth burying?
Well, we might as well try.
When it comes to burying anything here, again, like you're not sure if you can find enough remains altogether to qualify as a person. Like
so
it's been picked through
like
by animals and such and taken away.
Type of deal here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this was burned and then months have gone by since then.
Well, I guess we'll find out who won this eventually.
Eventually. Jeez. Let's see if there's anything else worthwhile there.
As you say that, and you go to turn, you see that Yuki is writing down on her little thing. Meili, I'm sure, is around as well as she's like writing down things and like looking over toward everybody. She then shows it off toward all of you. That says maybe those other people know.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I assume.
She looks over to Meili, then she starts writing again. Some of us might be tired, though. Think of the little ones.
I don't know what you want me to say to this.
She seems to have a smug look on her face as she says that.
Uri looks over to Meili. Are you tired, Meili?
You're right. I want to go tie and I want to take a bath and go bye-bye.
I don't know if you... Yeah.
I was just gonna offer you another piggyback ride.
I mean, that works too. Walking is so exhausting for my little girl leg.
I grab Meili, then just put on Luca's back.
After around an hour of you guys being here, you guys would see that the third bison would land. They were behind you guys far enough that they would be out of any sort of incursion that would have happened. As they go to land, they do seem to land just inside with everything else, as they see the bison are just sort of hanging around. And around this point is when Ichibe and Ryam would also make their way back. You guys all reconvene. It is at this point, we'll say around like 8 at night, around 8 or 9 at night. It is getting to a point where you guys either need to stay here or leave now to go to that settlement, without them there being any sort of light left. And by light, I mean, people awake and signs of fires and things like that.
So should we head over?
How much else we can glean from this place is there? So
yeah.
Then we wait forward.
If that's the case, I'll make sure that everything is settled here then, perhaps. We have quite a large number of people. If we want to go after that settlement that we saw over here, there's only around three or four buildings in total. I'll make sure that the building is ready for all of you to return to rest, if that's the case. Anything I should be note of?
Yeah, don't go into that back room over there.
All right, why shouldn't I go? Jesus Christ! I'm kidding.
Well, tried to warn you.
I'm playing.
Oh God, why?
Erase his mind.
You see that Lon would bring Baoshi into one of the rooms and get her settled in. At this point, Sudi seems to make her way over toward one of the like large guard towers of this place. Ox looks as if he's trying to do the same as he tries to jump up onto the side, and he is just he's not great at being a ninja yet. He's doing his best.
He's working on it.
Eventually, you see him put on the mask, and then just something seems to lift him up onto the top.
All right, Dr. Octopus.
At this point, most of everybody here would elect to stay to some extent to allow people to be rested and have them have enough defense of this place to call it a temporary base of sorts while you guys are in this part of the Earth Kingdom. While the main group, plus like a couple more members, if you guys would like to, would start heading off toward the small settlement, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody in particular you guys would like to bring with you, or do you want to leave everybody here?
I think we can handle ourselves.
Okay.
I would like my bright wing.
Of course. I would also like my bright wing.
Thank you, bright wing.
Sure, we can't leave him.
Pat, pat.
If that is everyone, then you guys start to make your way. How was that?
Oh no, I said I think so.
Okay, I thought you were saying something for a minute. I'd like to know before you head off, Rue, do you want to change?
Yeah, I'll change.
I know that right now you are traveling again with another member of the Water Tribes, and it is rather cold still, but it's up to you. You're used to much colder weather anyway. It doesn't really bother you. So you do want to change?
Yeah, sure, I'll change. Let's pick something more green. There we go.
Rue had decided back in the port village to get some Earth Kingdom clothing, so that whenever they are in the Earth Kingdom, they can attempt to pass by as a swamp bender. So as he comes out from the inside, dressed up a little bit differently, you guys can no longer see like any real ties to the Southern Water Tribe from them, because again, when it comes to the differences between Luca's outfits and Rue's, while they looked similar to you guys, Luca and Rue could always tell the difference between no, this is Northern Water Tribe like attire. This is how we do things. Yeah, it's like, oh no, the stitching here, this is definitely Southern Water Tribe.
All in the detail.
All in the detail.
I see you rocking a swap bender look this time.
I thought I'd try something out a little bit new.
You ever meet them? Wonderful people. Terrible cooks.
I have not, actually. Feel free to introduce me sometime.
Oh, I'll have to make sure Nuan's with us that time around. Don't drink what they offer you, especially if you see something floating in it.
I won't.
Man, that hangover was unreal.
All right, I'm gonna make a note that apparently they make very fucking crazy drinks. Got it. All right.
Maybe Jin's actually the biggest lightweight out of all of us, and we just never realized.
Maybe they're just the fucking weird yokels.
All of you guys start to make your way out from where you are, heading off toward the small settlement near the area here. Again, it's not very far away. You guys weren't you're pretty sure that this settlement, if it was around whenever everything was going on, which it looked like it was made of actual houses and not like any sort of cabins and stuff hastily put together. As you guys looked over to it, it did seem like it was probably where some people from the monastery might have lived, or at least commuted from in different times. But allow me to grab the night version of it, because I don't have the night version in here. I only have the day version in here. But waiting.
I love that swamp shine drink they got.
Bam. You guys go to make your way over toward this small little settlement. As you guys looked it over, again, there were not a absolute ton of buildings from what you could see. There was a couple that were standing, but they weren't in any way looking as if they were the main part of all of this. It looked like it was like a small little like gateway area before going to the monastery. Like some people might have used this as like a guard post. But as you guys would make your way out, you didn't bring Isha or anything, right?
No, I don't think they did.
Okay.
Someone did that when I wasn't looking.
As you would get there, Akira, you would start to notice before everybody else that there are a few signatures of life in here. There are a few heat signatures going on, as well as you could see the fires obviously roaring before everybody else. As you all would approach, coming from the east area over to this place, there would be somebody watching down from the sides over here.
Oh, okay.
As you guys get over toward the area, you find that there is a single guard that is standing up on top of one of the posts. Akira, again, you would note him far before he would ever see you, or far before anybody ever see each other. Would you guys like to be stealthy about approaching, or do you guys want to try to just approach normally?
Jin has nothing to hide.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have to really worry too much.
Yeah.
That kind of depends on how everybody else feels, I suppose.
Walking there with mass confidence.
What can possibly go wrong?
Everything.
Yeah.
Mao?
You guys approach, as you guys do. Hey, hold on there.
No.
Okay, I can't really do anything from way up here. I guess you caught me.
Oh, God. Well, shit, no one's ever done that before. I don't know what to do now. There's no protocol for this.
Is that a giant fucking bird you got?
No, shut up. Okay.
I mean, anytime Brightwing's with you, I assume that he is in a spirit form. If you guys want him to be out in the open, that's perfectly fine too.
But I think spirit form will do.
Yeah. Well, hi there. Didn't see you up there.
Where are you guys coming from? We weren't told of anybody traveling this way.
We're just lost travelers is all. Wanderers. We didn't even know there was anyone out here.
You can't tell me what village you came from?
It's not really a village. We come from a lot of places. We're very multicultural. But if you must know, the last place we've been to was the Fire Nation.
Fire Nation? Oh, are you coming from that destroyed port?
Oh, last time we were there, it wasn't destroyed, but it seems time ravages everything.
Oh, well, yeah, there's not a lot left over there. I'm surprised you came this way instead of going off to Nutaku. If you're looking to get warm, you can make your way over. We have a couple fires and some tents that aren't being used at the moment.
Well, we've got a little setup in that old monastery, actually. Seeing as it's abandoned, again, last time we heard it was full of people and perfume. It seems we only had some of the latter left.
You have business with the people at that monastery?
Just another stop on our road trip. Were they that popular?
What are you saying, Rue?
They wanted to kill them. By the way, I'm from the Southwest.
You just see Jin with the biggest fucking elbow. Just.
Oh my.
Oh, okay, you weren't with those psychos. All right, come on in.
There we go.
You could warn someone before you do that.
You see, as that happens, he does a couple of movements. You see the snow from the tops of the trees begin to move. He steps off from the guard post and just sort of lowers himself down, almost making steps out of snow as he comes down onto the area down below.
I just want to say, Jin, you sounded very suspicious.
It's my default tone of voice. I'll have.
Yeah, that's just him.
Not gonna lie, I thought I was gonna have to set off an alarm when you mentioned that monastery. We recently had some people coming through a couple months back and bringing everybody out from there. We were told that if anybody came from there, we should probably be on our best guard.
Wait, you have prisoners from there?
Prisoners? Nah, not with here. They're off with that, what they call him, that Dalto guy.
Dalto's bit Providence, my friends. Look at that. We're finding it. It seems we're finding everyone today. Jin holds out his hand. Jin Highlaw, nice to meet you.
Oh, Coma of the North. Nice to meet you too.
A pleasure. My friend, well, excluding him, my friends and I were part of that old expedition that was here, led by the Mountain. It's been a while.
The Mountain? Oh. An expedition. He starts like thinking, I think I know what you're talking about. There was some sort of a... He looks over. Didn't think anyone survived that massacre.
We managed to slip through. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate what happened to everyone.
You'll find that people here are people who were, well, victims of the people of that monastery. Those who were left, at least. Most of us don't really know where to go. I stayed around because I was passing by at the time, and it didn't seem like these people had much of a leader to fall back on. Me and my sister have made our homes in between here and the monastery ever since. We've been basically waiting for that guy to come back and give us the all clear to move on. We've been offered citizenship in the different northern cities of this place.
What guy? Dalto, right? Or
yeah. Didn't much like him at first. Obviously, looks over toward all of you. It seemed like he was just as bad as all the rest, though. The southern raiders don't mess with us in the north very often. It is still a bit hard to interact with them. If people were to find out that we talk with them too often, then they may think we're colluding with our sister tribe. But they seem to be on the up and up. They seem to look like they were trying to make a lot of a difference with their abilities. I told them if they really wanted to atone, they would head off to the northern port.
I have to stop by there. If Dalto's still there, we need to talk to him.
He should be. Last I heard, there was a spiritual leader there that people could ask forgiveness from and get any sort of guidance they would need. A lot more than that one that was leading the monastery. Apparently, when everything went down, it doesn't seem like my story to tell, though.
What you could tell us, the people from the monastery, they may or may not have had a good number of prisoners chained up in there. In some way, shape, or form. Did you see a tall man, very muscular, about yay big?
Me and my sister mostly just came by. I don't know if you know of the people who were taking over that place, but they didn't destroy just one port. They destroyed my home as well. There's a port off to the southeast that me and my sister made our home. We're the only survivors. Apparently, it was a Fire Nation settlement, but I never really saw of it as that. It was mostly just where we had kept our home for the past year or so before everything happened. Turns out, whenever the people of the monastery lost their leader, they took everything and ran off. Those who were left behind were chased off by Dalto and his men. But the ones who ran off had taken out the port as they left.
Did they take the boats and burn all the rest?
Essentially. It was weird. It was... How do I put it? That man Dalto warned us about getting on those ships, but he said that any people wandering through have to worry about the, rituals that would the Southern Water Tribes use to say who's a man. Their rituals of growing up, protection, they said, and even though those people didn't seem to have that protection. They seem to be perfectly fine getting on those boats.
Those people are extremely irritating and very tenacious.
Tell me about
a terrible combination.
Again, there's more people here who could probably give you more of a rundown about those people in the monastery, but you shouldn't have to worry too much. Again, whenever Dalto and his band came by, there was only a handful of them left oppressing these people. I think they were mostly just there to make sure that that place was kept of their own. They didn't expect a troop of warriors from the south to come up and defeat them.
Well, I'll have to make sure to give Dalto even more commendation when we need him.
My sister's probably done making dinner for everyone. You can go over and try to talk with any of the people over by the tents. There's not a lot left. Most people have moved on from this place, heading off toward Nutaku. I would suggest you all do the same at some point. There's nothing left to the east. In between here and the Eastern Air Temple, there's nothing. Or west. I don't know. One of those.
We'll take that into consideration. We appreciate it. We're not want for traveling, though. We do have air bison. We'll be fine.
Just let my sister know that you have my blessing to be there. Obviously, just let them know you didn't kill me. Is mostly what you need to worry about.
Absolutely. Thank you for everything.
No problem. I'm gonna be off in about an hour. Tell him that I need my replacement on time this time. He starts walking up the stairs he made, heads back up to the top. He then swoops his arms back, and all the snow seems to just start fading away into water.
Yep. It's best we start moving in. Sorry about that, Rue. I hope I didn't hit you too hard.
It's fine.
Rue,
it's fine as you're holding your bruised ribs.
Rue, lose 4 health. I'm kidding.
Don't worry, I'll get you back. I mean, don't worry about it.
You guys start making your way further in.
Yeah.
Coma seemed to be mostly just allowing you guys through. He doesn't seem to ask anything of you guys to step through. You find that there are quite a lot of areas here that seem to be people holding guard. As you look off to the main area, you do see that there is if I can find them once I can, because they all seem to move around every time I open my freaking eyes. There they are. Perfect.
I blink and they move. It's like the weeping angels.
You find that there are a couple of monks from the air nomads seemingly hanging around the other entrance. As they walk through and you guys walk around, they seem to wave you guys in, noting that there was no fighting over there. Obviously, they don't think you killed Coma. But as you guys step in, you find that there are some nice walls that are set up, mostly like little defensive structures, not like entirely everywhere. You can easily walk through them. It doesn't seem like these guys have had much fighting in the past little while, but they do have them up almost as a formality at this point to make sure people can see that things are safe here. Stepping in, you find there is a woman at the main area of this place, the main far away settlement. This not a tent, but more like a cabin with a tarp settled over it. You find that she is standing beside of a large pot of steaming liquid, while there are several other people off collecting food and such off from the side of her. Let me grab a couple of these peeps, cause why not? Blah. And blah. And blah. Perfect. You see that most of the people here do seem to be of the seemingly in the garb of Earth Nation. There are a couple of guards that have been stationed in this place. One of them is sitting down and eating at the moment. And some of the others are just hanging out by their different fires, doing their best to stay warm. And we have some other new Earth Nation peeps.
Hey.
People. More people.
As you guys step in, is there anything you guys would like to do immediately?
Well, I think it's safe to assume we're all right here. Maybe we should split up. Meet and greet and all that.
Yeah, sure, I'm fine with that.
Well, not everyone pipe up at once.
Just
I don't know if I'm
I
splitting up
think
to
I'm
meet
on
and
Luca's
greet.
back. Just hops off of Luca's back, lands on an air scooter.
Got it.
You're gonna go back this way.
And
Just zooming off.
I'm gonna.
Maylee's
go.
got the zoomies.
You have no possible way of catching up with Melee.
I'm
While they're on
physically-
the air scooter, there's nothing any of you can do except maybe Ichibe.
So I physically can't chase her.
She gets further and further as we speak.
Neither
I'm
can
gonna go.
I.
I'm gonna
Melee,
go
I
talk
will
to the
say, while
sister.
you are on the air scooter going through this winter climate, with you, it is rather brisk.
Yep. But we're wholesome, so you don't get any 8-year-old panty shots. You
No,
pervert.
I mean brisk as in it is very cold.
You're freezing.
Yeah, I know this is bad. I should have considered this design before I completely forgot we were going to the winter climate. I take full responsibility for this. I don't care.
So I can't do anything. I'm gonna go talk with the sister. You all figure out who's gonna catch Melee.
I'm going. Luca, can you help?
Sure.
Thank you.
I don't know if we can catch up, but
So yeah,
You
there's
two
no
are
way for you guys to
unsung
catch up. We'll put
heroes.
you guys over here.
yeah.
there is
We'll walk in the
zero
You're
way.
not catching her. Yeah.
There is no, looking over at the air scooter car. There is no fucking way.
Well, Akira, Ichibe, it's up to the three of us to gather information, it seems.
What information are we looking for exactly?
There's more. I'm looking for stuff about what happened with the monastery and such,
No.
and things about Dalto. You two can do whatever, honestly. If you guys don't want to do that, I'm
Going to Disney World.
Jin, do you want to make your way over toward what you assume to be the sister?
Yeah. Let's see. That's someone. You said something about food, right? So.
Yep, they seem to have a rather large steaming pot of some sort of liquid off beside of them. As you would make your way over to them, you see that they at first look over to you with a bit of hesitation. You see a serious look go across their face as you approach. Can I help you?
Well, I would hope so. Your brother said that we could come through here. He also mentioned something about his replacement being on time this time.
See her eyes sort of flash over toward the side where you see this this Earth Kingdom like a soldier like eating his soup. I'll let him know. Thank you. If that's everything.
I was hoping you could maybe tell me more about the things that transpired up here. We've been away for a while. My name is Jin. I was with the Mountains Expedition a year ago. We had to flee. I don't know if we're the only survivors, but I hear that from your brother that there's some things that you all managed to see.
She looks to you again. She has a sort of angered look on her face, as if you have done something wrong. There's nothing that needs to be said. She turns around and like goes to stir the pot that's beside of her. These people have went through enough.
I'm sorry about what all happened. It's terrible, and the people responsible will be make sure to pay for it.
Are you? Are you really sorry about what happened?
Yes.
Maybe you shouldn't remind them of it then. She brings her hand over toward her neck and places starts like patting at it, like, and looking towards you. I don't know what my brother told you what we were doing here, but I was working in that monastery every now and then as a cleaner. And most people here would recognize your, well, choice of accessories, sir.
Oh.
You hold a piece of the accessories of the man who was over that monastery.
Oh. That was him. Well, if we killed him then. Good riddance.
Yeah, good riddance. She seems even angrier after you say that.
I have no excuse me, I have no sympathy for the Black Rings.
Perhaps more sympathy for those that were affected by them, then? You do know what happened after that, right?
Once we fled, I don't know much about what happened after.
My brother must not have told you much, then.
Well, since he mentioned that they all scattered and burnt your home to the ground.
The ones at the monastery, around a year or so ago, fled after a while, making their way down toward where my brother and I had our home. They took themselves onto the waters and made their way away. And I see that in front of you. I can't help but wonder why exactly they fled.
I don't know the exact reason why they ran either.
She looks to you as if she's said enough, but you say that and she just sort of gives a bit of a sigh. A chicken with its head cut off can still move, you know.
All right. I just suppose I expected more from something like the Black Rings than just wild panic like that. To be honest, I was hoping they would still have been here. I was looking to.
I don't know what all had happened back then. We've seen several different places, and those people who came by to help had told us many stories as well. Both of the ports that led away from this place, completely destroyed, left behind naught but bodies and ash. There was a large number of the dead over by Makapu. A very similar number over by my own village, only the people of both of them were very different. Those by Makapu seemed to be those from the monastery, whereas those from my village were the villagers. I don't know, between the two incidents, that man who held that, motioning to your necklace, and whatever happened in Makapu, our village was the only one left. They flooded through it and took to it like a scourge, leaving only me and my brother. So sorry, I'm not happy to see something like that again.
He just takes off the beads. I see.
I'm glad to hear that that man is dead, however. Even if his death may have led to more suffering, he probably would have had just as much if he stayed alive, if not more.
Him and all of his ilk are terrible people. We'll make sure that there's fewer and fewer of them and any chance we can get. I'm sorry.
You'll be sure that there's fewer and fewer of them. Is that what you're after? Are you doing something with the Black Rings? That's who they were, after all, correct?
Yeah. we're trying to stop whatever plans they're trying to seed, and whenever we can find them.
It took
Right
quite
now,
a
we're trying to
while.
keep.
It took quite a while for anyone from the monastery to be trusted by any of the villages around. They thought that every one of us were involved. Only just now have we been able to gain entry into Nutaku whenever we feel. But some of us, she looks around toward the people who are eating, feel as if we would rather avoid the stairs. Are they not traitors? That sort of thing.
Well, the rings did cause some chaos within Nutaku as well.
I heard. I didn't
That
realize
is where the
one...
guy perished.
I didn't realize, if you would let me fucking finish, I didn't realize that was the one that they were speaking of. I've never been to Nutaku myself. We only get second-hand information, especially since none of us were allowed inside of its walls until very recently.
Well,
if you're an enemy of the Black Rings, then you can stay.
I am most certainly an enemy. Jin lifts up the cloak and puts it back down. Thank you for your hospitality. All the same. My friends and I will try our best not to make anyone uncomfortable. We won't probably be staying long here. If you would care to hear my opinion on it, I think going to Nutaku was a better idea than staying out here. Stairs notwithstanding, it's a better place to live in the wilds, I'd think, anyway.
It's true, I suppose, but... Her eyes seem to be still, on, where your stump is. We have our reasons for staying here as well. What happened there?
Oh. Friendship is such a fickle thing. You think you know someone, and well, he shrugs. You have to watch. I guess no matter where you go, you have to watch your back. I just thought that you'd think I would have learned that lesson living in Siwong all my life. But we're all prone to that weakness, aren't we?
That's that name again. Sorry, I don't mean to stare at your... You must have had a horrible time with it. I, myself, have had a bit of a horrible time. You see, she turns away from the large pot that she has beside of her. She lifts up a slight bit of the robe that she has down on her leggings. As you look forth, you see that she seems to have a brace on one of the legs that she seems to be walking on. It seems to be made of wood and stone, but as she shows it to you, you see what appears to be a scarring going down one of her legs. We stay here for many reasons, obviously. We couldn't leave before, but me and my brother have also noticed several people keep trying to come back through here, and they don't seem very friendly whenever they do.
They're trying to reclaim their lost territory, you think?
I don't know. To be honest, it's never anyone of any great number. Maybe it's just those who don't know the monastery has fallen, or maybe it's those who are gone through some other sort of task. But there have been no shortage of people who've come here in the past several months looking for a fight. They find themselves here, and then me and my brother, as well as the small amount of guards that we have gained since Nutaku, have been fighting them off as well as we can. I believe within the past month there's been no less than 6.
I see.
They're all different. I'm suspicious of everyone that comes by, obviously. So I try not to allow anyone through without any, well, proof of what they are or who they are. My brother is a lot more lenient, but I once led a woman through about a month or so ago. When I did, well, she was dressed in a Fire Nation outfit, yet she let a spike of earth through my leg. I believe that they're here to get rid of the last of us that know anything of them. Either that or they're here to reclaim something. Maybe the monastery, maybe something at the monastery, maybe something in the forest I've heard is very spiritual as well. I'm not entirely sure what they're after, but they seem willing to kill all of us to get to it. And those of us who has remained, honestly, we're steadfast in the idea that we're going to let them try. We'd rather stop them from getting what they want than run with our tails between our legs.
Very admirable, you lot. I think I know what they were after. And it's been taken care of. Son.
Something else that I'm sure that we can thank you for then, if it's true.
We'll see. We may have accidentally put a huge target on our back, but hey, let them come.
Better yours than ours. Jokingly, of course.
I welcome it. But they are sneaky. The Black Rings are everywhere, every nation. And they are loyal to wherever they're from. That much is very clear. I hope that you can still fight despite that hasn't happened you too much.
I'm not much of a fighter. I know some things. I've mostly picked up using a blade since everything happened. I was trained whenever I was young in the healing arts, back in my home. Though, even with those, I couldn't do much with this. I left the Northern Water Tribe very early whenever I was younger. Me and my brother got caught up in this whole problem that apparently had happened there. Members of our family had tried to aid with some sort of a group that was there that I now think probably has something to do with all of this, but because our family was somewhat involved, we all got exiled. Apparently there was a large, avalanche that nearly destroyed the capital. I don't know much about it. I was very young at the time.
I have a friend from the north. They're also a healer. Maybe you two can exchange notes on some folks.
Another healer of the north. I wouldn't mind meeting them.
I'm sure they'd love to meet you too.
Koki, by the way.
What was his name?
I am called Koki of the North. Me and my brothers have gotten rid of our surnames. We want to be as far away from whatever had happened up there as possible. The people around the village, however, have been... She, looks slightly annoyed again. They call me Cookie because I keep making all the food for everyone.
Well, I mean, there's worse nicknames to get. Well, embrace it. It's a form of endearment, after all.
I suppose. Tell your friends they can have some soup if they wish. We should be able to accommodate a couple of more people. We just lost a number of them heading off toward Nutaku, so there's plenty to go around.
Well, I'm sure they'd be delighted, but before I take my leave and let you get back to your work, you said something about the Siwang Desert.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did say something, didn't I? I don't know. Whenever I was cleaning in the monastery, that name got brought up a lot. Siwang.
Any
I didn't
other
know
names?
anything much about it, to be honest. I just knew that it's something that was continually said a lot.
Did any other names pop up when that was mentioned? Names or activities, anything?
They didn't say much to all of us that were just working there as cleaners and such. We got, every now and then, the small notes of what may have been there, but nothing that told of their criminal activity or anything. They were very secretive. That was just something that I caught very briefly every now and then. Honestly, if that's a place, I don't really even know. I don't know a lot about, well, anywhere but the north.
Siwang is a nigh endless expanse of sand and heat. Very few things are dumb enough to try and make a living out there. But there are things.
They mentioned it, and they mentioned it often enough that I don't know. Maybe they had something down there as well.
Maybe. You'll have to look into that. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Cookie.
She looks at you with a raised eyebrow.
He's a shitting grin.
I'm gonna cut your portions for that.
Worth it. Very much worth it. As he takes his leave.
Do you want to go and grab the others?
Yeah.
Melee, is there any goal to you running around with your air scooter?
Not really.
I just want to know if you're going anywhere in particular. Do you want to talk to any of the people that are around? You can get to them a lot quicker than most everybody else here. You can make your way into the settlement if you'd like. You can make your way back over toward the two air nomads that are guarding this area. You can make your way back over toward Coma.
She's kind of just wandering around. She thinks everyone has all this handled, so she's fucking off somewhere.
Well, again, eventually it's going to be very cold. Do you want to return at this point?
Sure.
As eventually you guys are all caught up with everything, you guys make your way around, and Jin does step back as you guys have all mainly kept your way away from everyone just in case anyone thinks you guys are invading or anything as a large group. But Jin does return. Jin, the others are waiting here.
Oh, good. You're all back together. Especially, well, I hope you all had just as insightful conversations as I had.
I definitely did.
You two haven't left this spot, have you?
It sucks here.
Oh, yes.
Too cold.
Yes.
Since that just died, by
Your
the
winter
way.
clothes have to fit you again.
Oh no. Phantom's internet did just explode.
Ah, fuck.
Oh shit.
Does she think it'll come back at any point?
Luke, she just says it sucks here, it's too cold, and Luca just fucking faints.
It's fucking
which is surprising considering she was raised in this.
Emotional damage.
The cold sucks, and any place cold is terrible. It dies.
I hate snow. It's cold.
It's cold and wet.
It
and
gets
soaks
wet
everything.
and it gets everywhere.
You guys want to give about 5 minutes to see what's going on with Phantom, and then we can come back?
I'm done with that.
Yeah, let's give about 5 minutes.
Intermission.
Then. We'll have a bit of an intermission. Everybody go off and get any snacks, any things like that they need to do. I'm gonna use the restroom at that point. I'll be right back. Yeah. Restroom break.
Hydrate yourself. Water good. Dummies.
Hmm.
Man, the Black Rings are idiots.
Well, now you have a desert mission, Jen.
It's all. We've always known that there's some shitty. I've always known there's some shit in the desert.
Yeah.
And I also know. I've also learned recently. I've also learned something recently that the Daili are also in my fucking desert.
Everyone's in your
Why
desert.
is everybody in my fucking desert?
It's like. It's like you leave like someone in charge of your house. It's like, remember when I'm gone, no parties. You come back, the fucking house is trash, and there's just fucking trash.
There is no
everywhere.
house anymore. It's gone.
Yeah, it's just like, you fucker.
Oh, welcome back, fam.
Live.
Yeah, you have to. I have someone you want to meet. Maybe, I don't know. I want to fucking. I don't know. Maybe want to like step into your fucking change closet real quick. Before you meet this person.
Oh yeah, true.
No, you just go up, be like, "Hey, I'm a male healer. What's up?"
You think that's gonna fly? No.
I mean, she's out the water tribe.
I just.
What was all this character development for if you just go back to square one?
But
Exactly.
Hopefully,
We're gonna walk up to her and I'm gonna pull your pants down.
I'm gonna change.
Nico still went to the bathroom, I think.
Yeah.
Yo, Luca, there's this healer girl that sucks at healing and her leg's fucked. Go fix it. That'd be pretty cool if you.
How long has
it
it been blacked?
Whip the
Good
cure-all
question.
bottle at it. Just fucking smashes glass, goes in there, and then it starts healing it.
The glass just flies out at high speeds if the leg is completely healed.
Yeah, Luca can bend cure-all. That might work.
It was excruciatingly painful.
Who wasn't there?
I nearly died.
Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi.
So to be fair, I do have the balance now.
Yeah.
But do we really want to use it?
I'm back.
Welcome.
Welcome back.
Ah. I was at the restroom doing restroom
you were.
things
Like washing your hands.
and defecating.
Mm-hmm.
And
You spell
Sudoku.
defecating.
No, I cannot.
Nobody defecates in 2021 anymore. Blue, Jesus.
Yeah, we call it ass blast, like respectable adult.
sorry, I was ass blasting.
and oh my fucking god.
And
And
Hershey
then
squirts.
2022, it's gonna be called the Dookie Dump.
You can also use Hershey squirts.
Anyway,
Power poop.
is everybody back?
We are back.
And I hear there's a
Yes.
phantom back as well.
Yeah.
Good.
My internet died.
That's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine. We just wanted to make sure that everybody was here.
Crap cannon.
I love the thing of, I hope you all had as lucrative conversations I had, and it's just deafening silence.
I don't know who to talk to. That was the most interesting looking NPC out of all of them. All these other guys are fucking lame asses.
I
I don't associate with lame asses.
You can talk to some people around here. Who knows? But
Fuck them kids.
yeah. Jin, you make your way back to the others. You say that. They seem to not have had as lucrative conversations as you.
I mean, I'll say I went out there, and if you want me to roll a die to see what information I get, then sure. But like, I ain't about to have 20-minute exposition with the NPC number 35.
I mean, there are two other unique NPCs out here.
Oh, wait, what? Who?
The new ones over there. Yeah.
Is that new?
Yeah.
These are new. Yeah,
Hey,
they're
those
new.
are new.
Oh, those are new.
There's
That guy looks like-
there's also Coma over here. He might not have
Yeah.
told you everything you need to know yet.
Yeah, it's just this guy over here.
But yep, you guys make your way there. I'm going to assume that you guys stayed here so that you guys didn't spook everybody and be like, "Aha, we're coming in." All of us
That's
dressed like all the different elements and different nations, like the Black Rings.
Fuck it.
But yes, Jen, do you want
We're
to go
here
over
to
anything?
take your dicks.
You want to go over anything you talked about?
Well, it seems that after we, Jin's like, you see Jin not wearing that fucking necklace he's always wearing, the ear beads.
You see that he has stashed it in one hand, and you see him like putting it into his bag.
Yeah, what's up with the beads?
Don't worry about that. So turns out killing that airbender had some unforeseen consequences. When he died, it seems that the rest of the rings panicked and ran, burning everything behind them in their wake.
I mean, to be fair, are we surprised that murder comes with consequences?
Well, I didn't think it'd be as far-reaching as 2 entire villages full of people being burnt to the ground consequences.
Well, you're pretty sure the first village. You're pretty sure the first village was burned down before you killed that guy.
Don't worry about that part.
Association as big as the Black Rings that were able to claim that they killed the Avatar after dominating the world. You didn't really think this through much, did you, Daddy?
Okay, you need to stop.
Hey, to be fair,
just because you're 8, don't think I won't.
Do it.
Fair. Do not think we could have stopped the Oma even if we wanted to.
Anyway, whether or not you two are right.
The Ona was the one that killed them. Lest we forget.
Yeah. Well, I'm taking credit for it. Anyway, so
that's true, partner.
Yeah,
I'm just hanging. That's our giant cat anyway.
What's important about this little settlement here is that they're guarding the road from people who keep trying to come back here.
Holding the pieces of Exodia.
The woman over there almost had her leg blown off by an earthbender because they let her through. It seems the Black Rings are desperate to come back to the monastery, or perhaps Lakapu village in general. I can't imagine why, especially now. That's sarcasm. We know why they keep coming back here.
That's sarcasm. They're all assholes.
I assume we're gonna stay here and deal with that.
Just random people keep coming through in small numbers, usually by themselves. Unless we're going to try and root out an entire camp of them somewhere.
I mean, we
seem to be holding on. If anything, I was going to try and get Yuki to maybe help send some support from Rutaku over here. It's not our way to other places, of course. Also, she's her name is Koki, but people call her Cookie because she's the cook. And also, it's funny.
Call her cocaine.
You do that. She happens to be a healer from the north. Jin looks over at Luca.
Oh,
she's not very good at it. Okay.
Do you want to say any of the circumstances there, Jen? Or you want to leave it at that?
You see, okay, let me see if I remember this right. Because we had a 5-minute break, and my brain is a small ooze.
No, it's fine.
It's running on a tiny wheel. Well, you see, the reason her and her brother left the north is that they were exiled, Luca. Some kind of grand conspiracy of some sort, an avalanche trying to destroy the entirety of the northern capital.
I know about this avalanche.
You know of a avalanche. You know of a natural disaster that was stopped by about a little bit more than probably like 10 years ago. It's probably more like 13, 14 years ago at this point, by the Avatar.
Conspiracy. Some family members were involved.
You don't know anything about any conspiracy, but that's the only avalanche you can think of.
Was caused by the Avatar, or the Avatar like
Stopped it.
fixed
He
it.
had stopped it. He had stopped it,
Yeah.
from what you remember.
The avalanche that the previous avatar stopped.
I don't know about its exploits in the north, aside from one conversation we had, but that's not the. But hey, you would know more than I would. There's something about familial blame, conspiracies of having people doing it. She may or may not think the rings had some hand in it, considering the recent events.
We had just assumed it was a natural disaster.
It's never always just natural, is it?
At least that's as much as they were, telling you.
Mm-hmm.
At least as much as they tell me, at the very least. Maybe you'd have more luck. Maybe teach her a thing or two about healing, because her leg is, it's pretty bad. But hey, that's all I got from her. Oh, and the people in the monastery kept talking about the desert.
Desert?
My home. Old home. Very old home. I'm not happy. But hey, maybe you could get happy by talking to her about something else.
Maybe you could be happy, though. I'm not, but hey.
Oh, we're all entitled to some soup. Except for me. I get maybe a thimble of soup because I call it a cookie. Don't call it a cookie if you're hungry.
I guess I can talk to her about that, but would she be willing?
Ken shrugs. Oh, she might be more amicable towards you. I mean, she became friendly over time, over the course of our conversation, believe it or not. Maybe a friendly face from their old home will do some good. Oh, I mean, they're both exiles now, but you have better way with words with them than I would. I'd think.
How old is she?
How old did she look?
Who knows, man?
How old does she look?
Who knows, man?
Jane just shrugged. Luca, honestly, you never ask a woman her age.
No, it's just I don't want to be recognized.
Oh, come on. Were you that famous back home? I mean,
not famous, but I mentioned I was presumed dead in this form, so.
Oh, who knows how long ago? I believe we're exiled. Who knows how long ago? I don't know how long that avalanche was, but even there, it's been so long. Probably we'll do fine. And who cares if they know that you're not dead? They don't seem keen on going back home anytime soon.
Coma rushes back. Hey, aren't you that guy that died? I'm playing.
No.
I'm playing.
Glad to see you're nice and healthy. You're looking good, Luca. Keep it up.
It's more I don't want a certain someone to know.
Oh, does that certain someone look familiar to you? As he points to this woman working on the
No, not her.
Well, he pats her on the shoulder.
My mother.
Parental thing. It sounds rough. Can't help you on that one, but I'm sure you'll do fine.
Why? Second form.
The way Jin just said that sounds rough is like Luca got a free taco and dropped it on the floor.
I was like, well.
Oh, buddy, that sucks.
Did Luca just actively change?
Yep.
Did Luca just actively change forms?
Yep.
Oh
he just puts a hand on your shoulder and his hand just like slips off. Like, huh? Oh. You're doing that again.
Oh,
I thought you lost that.
Goodness.
I thought you lost out on that. Did you lose out on that? I could have sworn you did.
No.
No, Jin's saying that in character.
Sorry, say again.
I thought you lost the ability to do that. Did you lose that at any point, or
no? I could still do this.
Choice. It's great to have.
I didn't think I would go back into this form, but
Thanks, Night Mother.
Thanks, Night Mother.
I hope you don't mind me interjecting, but wouldn't your mother be happy to see that you're alive?
I didn't know how to bring up the parent thing. Thank you.
I hold a lot of guilt.
Yeah, but I think she feels more guilty that you're dead.
I'm the one that essentially caused my father's death. I couldn't look her in the face.
Well, I've got nothing to add. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
If you don't want to do this, we can just leave.
No, we can stay. I definitely want to know what caused that avalanche then, if it wasn't just natural.
She seems to only have theories and hearsays. I don't know the details. So she might have any actual proof of anything, if there is anything to prove.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the mood down.
You didn't do anything. I'm sorry for pushing things. But if you are so keen on doing it, then can't stop you.
I just feel like I've missed out on so much. Also, the changing just like it confuses me, and
just like look over and like they look like they just shrank like a couple inches. Not like enough to be like that noticeable, but noticeable enough.
Gotcha.
Their clothes didn't change, even though the other clothes are different.
Don't look too into that. You get used to it. At least you used to get used to it.
I can explain and catch him up.
We can do that when we get back to the bus. They're on the way.
At this point, does anybody want to go and get any food? Does anybody want to move off to different parts of the encampment?
I'll go talk to Blair. We have matching outfits, you see.
It's true.
Swamp Bender. No.
Swamp Tribe. Wait, that doesn't work.
Hey, brother. I think.
Anybody else?
I think I've done enough damage for one night.
You wanna sit at the fire and eat your soup, Jen?
I love to have my thimble of soup.
Your thimble.
I will have soup.
Do you want to go to speak or just go to get soup?
I mean, if everybody here has some fucking issues with talking about the death of an entire village, then it's understandable that I probably shouldn't talk to them about that. So I'm just gonna get some soup.
Okay. The three of you, do you guys have anywhere in particular you wanna head off to? Do you want to get soup? Do you want to do anything else?
For now,
a lot of noise just out of what? We did what?
Oh, sorry.
You wanna go chat with Cookie?
Said air scooter and just sit right next to her like I fucking own the place. Because I'm a child. And I can pretend like I don't know better.
Okay.
You don't know how old I am.
It's true. Honestly, I'm not sure anymore, honestly.
We will go to each of you in turn then. You guys are having your soup in the center for a bit. We'll see if you guys do anything else as things go. First things first, let's go over to Rue.
I'm Rue.
Rue, you make your way over as you see what appears to be a woman going through all of the different tents over here, seemingly laying different leathers and other furs and things on the insides and brushing off any sort of snow and other debris and stuff from the tops. As you get over to her, she looks back over towards you. Oh, hello. What's the damage? They didn't kick you out, did they?
No.
We've been having a lot less people in tents ever since they've been trying to kill us all. So that's something interesting. But as long as you're not doing that, you're welcome here.
I feel like you're a 10. I needed to dial it down to a 5.
Sorry. We've mostly tried to get used to everything around here as much as we can. Mostly sarcasm and energy and things like that are coping mechanisms for the most extent. But no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to freak you out. No one's gonna attack us while we're here tonight. Don't worry.
It's fine. I'm actually a god.
You're a guard?
Well, used to be. I think I'm on leave.
Oh, did they send you from Nutaku?
More south.
Oh, Mashu?
South.
She's like trying to think, like, what? Like, I don't really know any of the villages on the south coast. Further than that?
Further.
She pulls out a knife. Southern water scum. I'm kidding.
I knew it would come down to this.
Well, you
knew
me.
Why'd you do that?
Well, you got me. I don't really know anything anywhere else.
I'm currently just traveling. I was from the Southern Water tribe.
Why did you change if you're gonna tell people that?
Well, listen, there's no point in hiding it in this place currently.
Why did you change if you're just gonna tell people?
I feel like telling them, like, build up confidence and then, stab.
Ah, I see. Oh, wow. She looks genuinely confused for a moment before giving a bit of a not uneasy smirk, but at first it was like kind of like hesitant, and then she goes, well, I mean, if you've gone through their tests or whatever, I'm sure you're fine. You're not gonna kill us, are you?
No.
Well, then there you go. Are you Adalto?
I have not met him yet.
Oh, he's wonderful. Whenever he came by, he brought us all these furs and different sorts of leathers and things that we were able to replicate mostly through some craftsmen that used to be here. Unfortunately, they were very old, so we got them out of here to Nutaku as soon as we could. But we still have all the rest of the ones that were left here for us. So he was really nice. You should meet him. Are you another defector?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, he's the person to go and join. That's for sure. We've been most people here in the north have been calling him almost like a bit of a rogue, trying to fight for his honor back. Though he never really has said as much. Most of us are just putting words in his mouth, I guess, at that point.
That seems interesting. I think I can kind of relate to him.
Whenever he was here, it was definitely a lot more lively. There was his entire band of Southern Water Tribe members, as well as some of the ones who had stayed behind before that have moved on to other places by now. We even had a couple of people over from the Northern Air Temple that were here with them, though I think they left out beforehand. They were waiting for a ride or something. By the time everyone's said and done, we mostly just have, we had Cookie, but you've seen probably what's going on over there. Mostly Koma and Bucci are just taking care of us now.
Bucci?
Yeah, he's around here somewhere. She starts looking around. I heard that he's from one of the air temples, though he's not an airbender, not from what I've seen at least. I don't know if he bends at all, to be honest, but at least he hasn't shown anything of it. But he seems to be moving around in a blink of an eye in a lot of cases. Back whenever we were defending ourselves from an attack, it's because of Bucci that I was even able to make it out. They had came by over here, a lot of them trying to attack people who were sleeping. but Bucci took them all out in one swipe.
He must be really talented.
He's interesting. I don't really know how to peg him, to be honest. He doesn't really talk much. At least about himself.
That's understandable. I've met some people who don't talk much and have a mystery to them.
It's going to be in my head for too long. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I need to figure out how to peg it. Anyway, continue.
Damn it.
No, I was thinking it too.
It was in my brain and it wouldn't leave. I had to... I didn't know it was on the table. Ooh, woo. Anyway.
Yeah, we weren't. Yeah, it was like, I don't know how to peg him up the ass.
Any hoozle.
We're adults.
You know what? At this point, just offer it and let's go. Let me roll for this.
Hey, no, we're not rolling. We're not getting you pegged yet. Don't worry, we'll figure it out someday. But yeah, he doesn't really talk about himself very often. But yeah, I mostly just take care of the tents and make sure everybody's ready for, well, any sort of rest you can get out here. Most of us have accumulated a bit to the weather and everything else. Honestly, it's kind of interesting. I used to be one of the ones who carried the lavenders and other sorts of scents and different flowers and different perfumes and things over at the monastery. But now I've just been finding it really neat to be out in actual nature, not any sort of synthetic smells and sights.
Nature has its way of beauty. Honestly, it's enjoyable.
I'm sure that once whatever is passing by here is done, we'll be able to have a lot more in the springtime of things. All of last year, this place was green as far as you could see. I don't know if you would know this being so far south, but this forest used to have a bit of an air about it that people would always talk about, saying it was always spring around here. They say that even half of Nutaku was always completely melted, even in the winter. However, the winter this year came, oddly enough. A lot of plants and things seem to die off because of that, but it's really surprising that we even got a winter around this forest.
That's interesting. Well, too bad I missed the spring then.
Hopefully it'll show up soon.
Hopefully. By the way, do you need any help with the tents and setup?
No, but just about everything is taken care of. She looks around. I don't think there's anything that is out of the ordinary. If you all and your friends have anywhere to stay, then you're more than welcome to stay here. But other than that, she shrugs.
Thank you for all the information.
No problem.
Also, I don't think I got your name.
Let me see if I have one. I'm gonna check my notes.
Read the smudge text on your palm.
Let me check and see if I have a name. Oh yeah, my name is Nana.
Gotcha, Nana.
And you?
I'm Rue.
Well, nice to meet you. Name her Peggy.
No.
American Jake says name her Peggy.
Oh, what?
Well, nice to meet you, Rue.
We can't have nice things.
We can't.
If there's anything you need, I'll be over here.
You wouldn't happen to have a boomerang.
A boomerang? Not that I can think of. There are some hunting tools around, but I don't think anyone's using a boomerang.
Aw. They're great, by the way. They should really get some more use.
I'll have to take you up on that at some point.
Well, I'll be on my way over here.
Okay. You head off away from Nana. She seems to go back to doing what she was doing. Da-da-da-da. Boop, boop. I put in Mama. It's not Mama, it's Nana. There we go. Perfect.
Big Mike.
As you make your way back over, we'll see if you want to move off to anywhere else in a moment. As we go, Melee, you have air scooted your way over to the main cabin that has the large pot sitting next to it and the tarp over top of it. As you air scooter over and you land down, you do see that the people around do watch you as you do this, because whenever you're making your air scooter, first off, it's black because of the dark winds. But as you make your way over and you let it free, you see Koki just sort of like looking down over at you. Excuse me, are you with all of them? Is there anything I can do for you? She doesn't seem like she's used to handling children.
My name's Meili, and I'm a little bit hungry.
You're hungry? Of course.
Just a little bit.
Just a little?
Daddy told me to talk to Miss Cookie if I'm hungry.
Shut the fuck up.
He did he?
Why do I feel like a sense of hate is bearing down on me from a direction I can't see?
Well, luckily I have just the right amount for you and for Daddy. As she goes and grabs 2 small bowls, she fills one of them up to the brim for you. She's like, "Here you go." It seems to be full of some very nice soup. As she fills the other one up, this is really good enough for you, Melee. It's really nice. It's a nice enough size of a bowl for a kid. As she hands you another one for your daddy, another kid bowl. Would you like me to take it over to him, or do you want to take it to him yourself?
I could take it to him. I'll be really careful not to drop it. I've been really good at balancing on my air scooter on one foot.
Yeah, that was really something. I honestly had no idea what was going on. We don't usually get a lot of airbenders around that want to show off any of their bending.
People always ask because Daddy's an airbender and is an earthbender and I'm an airbender, and he just says he got around.
He did he?
Oh my god!
I can't even lie. Like, that's what I would say, though.
Well,
fucking god.
Hopefully your daddy is doing good enough taking care of you.
He's great.
Good. I'm glad.
Holy
now I know why they
fuck.
call you Miss Cookie, because like cookies, you're sweet.
Oh! Brownie points!
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think it's mostly just because I cook, but I mean...
Then wouldn't they just call you Cook? And not Cookie?
Holy fuck.
Melee, I need you to roll me charm.
Hell yeah.
Go.
This case is getting blown wide open.
I'll save my love inspiration for when I fail. I'll use the pink dice.
Just fucking just like ruin
13.
Jim's reputation, then indulge yourself.
That is an 18 as she looks to you. Well, that's incredibly nice of you to say. Well, I suppose you can call me Cookie if you want.
Oh, thank you,
ma'am. God.
No problem. Let me know if there's anything you need me to do for you, okay?
Thank you. I'll be sure to tell everybody. Whoop.
Melee, I need you, if you're moving with 2 bowls on your air scooter, let's go ahead and have you roll me for your reflex, please.
Are you okay, Tristan?
What happened to
Tristan,
him?
are you okay?
Is he having a laughing fit?
You killed the man.
Okay?
You killed him.
What?
He's dead now.
What happened to you? Where is there water everywhere?
You spill water laughing so hard.
Oh,
You fucking spill shit everywhere.
His nose was on his pants.
Oh, yeah, roll me one more time, Squeaky. You had advantage on that one. Let's see if you got higher.
Oh, I did.
That's my bad.
20.
I fucking just like choked up a million gallons of water and now I'm sad.
But yeah,
just for the sake of it, because she is carrying hot food, she would have just kind of not like hyper air scooter zoom. It
wasn't like you did.
Yeah, no, I just like doing it because it's funny. So it would have been just like hop and then do.
Just a little serpentine.
You bring soup to daddy.
Here you go. This is more than a thimble, right?
Oh, I guess it is.
I can call her Cookie now.
Oh.
Look at you.
Do you look back at all, Jen?
You see Jin's face. He's like, He slowly looks over his shoulder.
You just see a glare coming from her.
He turns back. He just turns back. I'm very glad you've ingratiated yourself with her.
Do you think she'd be a great mommy, Dad?
She says loudly.
You are. Are there not group members sitting at this fire?
As you say that, there are some like chuckles throughout the people who are sitting with you guys. You hear from over at where the Earth Kingdom soldier is. It's just like Cookie, a good wife.
You rascal. Look at you.
I think she'd be great, Daddy.
I'm sure one day
Can we keep her?
I'm sure one day she'd be a great mom to someone.
Sip, my Jim, what about Oma?
Sip, soup.
Think of her.
Well, that's Grandma.
Well, Luca, she's absolutely right, Luca.
Oh, just fucking do it in earshot. It'd be so fucking funny if this was in character.
Is grandma, and Jin starts drinking the soup.
This
Let's
would be
not
so
worry
fucking
about
funny.
that kind of thing.
This would be so fucking funny if I actually did it in character, but I wouldn't. But like within earshot, if I was just like, I think I agree, Father. He is rather ravaged.
Jin just like spits out soup. Like, he just leans over. Don't you start.
It's okay, big brother. He can just go around again, whatever that means.
Puts the ball down.
Have you forgotten about me,
my
dear?
next sibling is a...
That was not even remotely believable.
We've gone from Mahjong Club to dysfunctional family.
He's like, come on, that's not even remotely unbelievable.
I was to hope the next sibling in this family might be a son. That way I can actually spar with it. You don't like to spar at all.
He's got his head in his hand. Just.
Rue, you were seeing that. You were seeing all of this. You were seeing all of this freaking Jerry stuff happening from afar.
Why couldn't he just had to aim a little. He just had to aim a little higher. He just had to aim a little higher.
Rue just walks forward, turns around.
And you had to take the arm, not the head. Good.
We'll say
that
I
do deserve this.
We'll say that you guys eat your soups, do your souping thing, keeping the world soup. As each of you go about doing your soup thing, you hear that there is a bit of a commotion from the front as the two guards go, hold on, as somebody seems to approach, just like you guys did, and you see that they are let through just as you guys were. As we see what appears to be
He's 1,000 times worse as an 8-year-old, and I can't do anything about it.
You see what appears to be a group of two familiarly dressed people walking into the place.
Oh, fuck that.
What? Where?
Great.
Jin was like, hood up and head down, soup in here.
You see
He
that
isn't
the
no
two
one.
of you see that the two of them just sort of walk in. You see that they're talking amongst themselves. They take off their hats as they walk in. They seem to be have been traveling, as they are led through by one of the ladies here back over toward the where the soups and things are, as talkings are being had back there. Doop, doop, doop.
Just looks around at the group. Just.
I mean, I'm gonna play natural. I'm kicking my feet and everything. I'm just a little girl.
You're fine. Yeah, you're the one that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, the rest of us might not be.
As they stop there for a bit, is there anything anybody would like to do, or you guys want to wait and see anything?
No, I'm not gonna attack the fucking Dai. All these guys are gonna attack us then.
You see that there is a little bit of time with them. One of them does take a small saucer of soup from them, even smaller than like the kitty portion that was given to Mei Li. And the other does seem to just talk with Cookie for a bit. After about 10 or so minutes go by, the two of them make their way over toward the fire very briefly. As they put their hands out toward it, they greet each of them like they're just like, "Sir, ma'am, sir, ma'am." As they stand there for a little bit of time. They don't seem to be going at any of you or anything as of right now. They're just seemingly warming themselves up by the fire, very close to Ichibe. I'm kidding.
Very, very close. I mean, like within earshot.
Get too close and you'll all fucking die. I'm the best person to be next to. You won't survive.
Yeah.
You see, as the one finishes his soup, they stay for another like 5 or 10 minutes before making their way off away from everyone. They head over toward the tents. You see that one of them seems to head over at the tents. Rue, you see them going by you, whereas the other one seems to start making his way out, as if he's just leaving. As that is said, Rue, you have been told about the Dai Li. You have been told that things like that are happening. Would you like to go and join back up with the group after seeing this Dai Li person make his way through?
Nah, I'm gonna do the stupid thing and try to talk to him.
You gonna try to talk to the Dai Li agent?
Yeah.
You see that he is speaking with Nana for a moment, as Nana is going through the same kind of spiel as she did with you. She motions over toward one of the tents, and he thanks her very much for her hospitality as you make your way over to him.
Just a casual, hey.
Oh, hello. He looks at you like up and down for a second, and before he goes, "Citizen, how can I help you?"
Nothing. Just long journey, I assume?
Mostly, yes. We are making our way back from our patrols in the mountains off to the west. Nothing to report. Nothing that needs to be any worrisome to any of you. Do not worry.
Oh, thank you. Well, I shouldn't keep you. I'll move away.
You see, he brings his hand up and lets off a whistle. As he does let off this whistle, you see... what appears to be a woman stepping out from where the trees are, before he seems to go over and speak with her for a moment. She nods and heads back out as he goes and makes himself at home in one of the tents.
I would just keep walking casually away.
Rue, you make your way back over to the group. You guys have just seen the Dai Li leave. However, you all know that one of them seemed like they stayed.
Well, that was uncomfortable.
At this point, the guard is being changed. Just like what was said before, you see that this man gets his way going. So does the woman that is sitting beside of you. They seem to be making their way out to basically go over toward where Koma and the others are. Koma eventually makes his way back as well. Goes over toward this little area that seems to be like for like sharpening weapons and things of the like. As he just sort of keeps himself over toward there. The woman that is with you guys here goes over to one of the tents to go and sleep. You guys are left with just you guys and Cookie behind you. Again, this place is a lot bigger than it seems, like everything else we do, so she's not like right there. She's like a little bit off from where you guys are.
Yeah. So when that person leaves, Jin just audibly exhales like, ugh.
I'll go get a bowl first and then come back.
You make your way over toward Cookie.
Is there up here? Why wouldn't they be up here?
You want
any potions left?
Of course, we have plenty.
Thank you very much.
She goes out of her way to give you a larger bowl because she knows you're going to go sit down near where Jin is. As she seems like she said earlier, there seems to be more than enough for everybody in here.
I'll make my way back, sit down, take a sip. It's always nice to see Sudi's family. Take another sip.
What? Okay, makes sense. I guess they're up here. I suppose, but
this is technically their land.
It won't be for long.
It's just a patrol in the mountains. By the way, I think she's somewhere up in the trees.
And
well, I better use my keen ninja sense to pay attention to that. And you guys should all keep your fucking heads down.
They looked as if they got a decent look at most of you. They didn't really seem to go out of their way to go like, oh fuck, those are the guys we're looking for.
It's not like everybody knows who we are.
Yeah. If any of you would have like a famous face, it would probably be Nuan.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Look at that! Look at that foresight we had
with you. That would make sense.
So how's fatherhood been treating you, Jen?
Terribly.
Because mom's not around anymore.
Fuck.
He drinks way too much nowadays.
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Entirely.
Do you want to go over any of the things you had learned, Rue?
Yeah, again, they've been patrolling around the mountain. Also, he had a whistle to call her. And congratulations, they think I'm a citizen. So, you know, they said there was nothing for anyone to be concerned about.
That means the world's doomed. No, I'm just kidding. That's French for we're all fucked.
I was more meaning anything you had learned from your previous encounter as well.
Yeah. I blah that.
What all do you blah? Just everything, or do you in particular say like bring anything in particular up?
Everything, because I can't remember.
Okay. You guys hear him talk about everything that he had talked about over with Nana, which is basically just you guys can stay in any of the tents here if you want. Just be sure to let them know that Dalto was the one that gave most of them their resources. You guys in particular would be knowing that apparently this forest used to be stuck in a perpetual spring, which you guys know for a fact is true because this was something you guys were into in the very beginning of all of this in the campaign. He mentioned that Nutaku used to have half of it covered in a perpetual spring, but now it is not that case. This is the first winter that this place has seen in quite the number of years.
But, yeah, that's right. This place was eternal spring, wasn't.
And you guys had heard that the only people here that really protect this place, other than the guards that they only recently got from Nutaku, are Cookie, who is injured currently, Koma, her brother, and this man named Bachi, who basically, whenever they were getting raided at one point, took out a large number of people with a single swipe. Even though apparently he hasn't been shown using any bending.
Interesting.
That's not bocce. Sorry, it's baji. My bad.
Baji.
That just means he's got good CQC.
What?
Close quarters combat.
Ah, I needed to help with that as well.
Okay.
Close quarters combat. Gotcha.
Well then. This guy sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
At this point,
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
a
have
little-
learned
that's a little
quite a
interesting.
lot from this place. Like it, and if you guys are satisfied with everything you learned, you guys could probably make your way back. Or if you guys need to learn anything else about the monastery, you guys can stay. But you guys are just eating your soup, doing your thing. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet now. Didn't mean to interrupt anybody.
I think that while asking this bocce how he does anything is something, I think we should probably return to our friends because that Dai was going down the road.
I wholeheartedly agree.
But there's still a daily.
All right.
Well,
Let's go back then.
well, there's
Thanks
also
for the soup.
probably also Dai in the trees.
Did you want me to check
Fine.
on Koki first?
Right, yes, you should go and do that before we go. Teach her some tricks or something, I don't know.
I will meet you back with everybody else because I can get there the fastest. And I'm a kid; they won't do anything to me.
I mostly wanted to check on her leg, but you want me to see if I can learn anything?
You can do whatever you want with her. Luca, it's your decisions. I'm not going to press you into doing anything.
All right.
I'll
Mainly,
go with you.
yeah.
Sure.
I can get there super fast, and if anything happens, I can run away super fast too.
That's good.
That is up to you. If you want to try to make your way back, it will take you a bit to do so, even though you are fast, especially in this cold. But you could definitely go and do that.
Besides, I'm gonna grab my winter wear because I clearly fucking need it.
Do you want this coat as you
because
go?
He'll be cold. It's okay. I'll just keep saying fuck along the way. Apparently, when you curse, it makes pain not as bad. It's more easy to tolerate. Proven scientific fact. They did it in a study at the University of California.
What the
Do
fuck
I
is
need
California?
to be?
I don't know, someplace in the Fire
personal
Nation.
heater.
Do you need a personal heater?
Can you fit on the air scooter?
No, but you guys could walk back if you wanted to.
No.
He could carry you.
That's not the fast.
Oh, I just thought of a great idea for. I just thought of a great idea.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've got to learn this.
Fire scooter.
I call it glass skating.
Oh Christ!
It's basically where he heats up the bottom of his. It's basically where he fucking
Sounds like lava bending shit.
jet boots on his feet. Jet boots on his feet, but it's so hot that everything is turned to glass underneath him.
Why not you get jet boots?
Yeah, that's it. It's jet boots, but it's not jet boots.
I get it.
Pop. Air scooter.
Be safe.
Don't
Right.
worry.
All right. If you want to make your way back toward the monastery, you can definitely do that.
She's gonna be the death of me.
While this is going on, Luca, you're gonna make your way over toward Koki. Is there anybody else wanting to do anything while you guys still have the time here?
I'm gonna make my way back. He just sits there for a few seconds, like he just stands up. I gotta go after her.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too.
All right, you guys want to make your way back to the monastery as well?
Mm-hmm.
You guys make your way.
I can stick around just in case some shit happens.
No, definitely. You guys make your way ready to go. As you're doing so, Rue, you're heading over with Cookie as well. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was on mute.
And Ichibei, do
Now
you
I
want to
know
do
how
anything?
nice she
You want to
feels.
do anything while you're sitting here? Do you want to go and talk to anybody in particular? You want to maybe make your way over to Koma, make your way over to Nana, make your way over to Baji, anything like that? Talk with your partner.
I'll talk to. I gotta talk to the CQC guy and see whether or not Solid Snake can fight Liquid Snake. I don't know which one's which though. You guys can decide on that part. Am
One
I
of
solid?
them's
Am I
Solid
liquid?
Snake, one of them's Liquid Snake. Who's to say? Melee, did you go that way, or are you going back home?
We were going. She was gonna go like
Back to the monastery, right?
Go back to the others, right?
Yeah, that's this way.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, I was making sure you didn't like tell them you were going somewhere, then go off somewhere else. Is mainly.
I was looking at the map from the wrong way.
Yeah, it's fine. Yep. As that you say, what would you say again, Ichibei? My bad.
I could go talk to the CQC guy and see QC if he's actually any fucking good.
You start making your way over toward that direction. We'll start off with the cookie stuff. As Luca, you make your way over toward Cookie. As everybody has gotten their food, she seems to be mostly getting the soup ready to be stored away to use the next day. She takes anything out of the soup that would seem to be harmful to keep at this temperature out of it, making her own like very large, basically like snack bowl that she's going to be giving to herself. Another bowl beside of it seems to be for her brother. But as you two make your way over, she does seem to be walking with the tiniest bit of a limp. Now that you guys do know that she has that brace on her, but as she turns over toward the two of you, I seem to be pretty popular today.
Oh, sorry. I was told to speak to you from Jin.
Oh yeah, for what reason?
Well, I heard you're a healer from the north.
Oh, do you need any help? Are either of you hurt?
No, actually, I wanted to see if I could help you at all. I'm also a healer from the north.
You are? Oh, You see her look immediately nervous as she looks away.
I will say Luca's not been off for a very long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I suppose the same can be said for us. I'm not sure what else you can do for this, to be honest. I've been trying to keep at it for a bit, but if you want to have a look, more power to you. It's not something I think that I can do without something rather special. It'll heal on its own eventually, I'm sure.
Actually, I think I have something special.
Oh?
The waters from the north.
I don't have much to pay you for something like that.
Oh, you don't need to pay me for it.
I can't just take something precious from you for no reason, especially if we don't know if it'll even work. I don't want you to waste something that is, well...
I mean, you made us all food, so I think this is a fair exchange.
Let's just look it over first, and we'll think about thing after that, okay? She looks over toward you, Rue, and you're here because you want seconds?
Oh, no, I'm just here with Luca.
I suppose everybody else in this place has seen it. I'm not really... Before all this, I wasn't really in the habit of showing my bare leg to many people, but I suppose it's whatever at this point. She steps over toward the cabin area beneath the tarp. As she does, she sits on this chair that seems to have been made for her, and she scoots it over in front of this stump that seems to be nearby. It looks a lot worse than it is. It's not nearly as bad anymore. I believe the bone might have healed at this point.
Okay, I'm check it out.
She lifts up part of the dress that she seems to have, showing off the bare leg that she is talking about. As you look at it, the scarring on it seems very deep. From what you were told, some woman who was dressed in a Fire Nation garb apparently earthbended a spike of earth through her leg. You can tell just by even just staring at it, like the bit of slight deformity that's in it, that part of the bone might have been actually fractured or broken whenever it happened as well. As you look it over, she seems to have healed it decently well. If she wasn't a healer, this would have been terrible. Obviously.
Yeah, oh god.
But as she shows this off to you, and the brace that seems to be off to either side of it, you're not sure how well you can do it, but if you'd like to try with regular water and stuff, you can, or you can try with your special water. It's up to you.
I'm gonna try regular first, and then I'm pretty sure I'm gonna try the special one.
Do you want to use your sterile water, or do you want to just use some snow that's lying around?
Which one would be better?
Well, you have your northern water skin, which is full of seawater, and that wouldn't be very good.
Yeah, that's not very
but
good.
But you do have your large reserve from there that has your sterile water in it, which gives extra healing. If you use snow, you're not sure. You probably would want to try to make sure there's nothing in it that's any dirty or anything like that. You'd like to probably boil it, potentially even, or have a really good check on your collection ability from it.
I'll try sterile water first.
Okay. I'm glad you did, because this is the only water that could potentially do anything. So
cool.
I didn't want to tell you that until after you chose them.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll me for your element as you're using a use of your sterile water.
Should I actually?
Take one of these.
Oh yeah, we have those, don't we? I rarely use these. Yeah, right.
The things that help us, we get 6 of every day.
Yeah. Okay.
It's 11. And 7. So the first one was 11 plus the 5. That's 16. Is that what we're gonna go with?
I think so. I don't think I have anything else I can.
As you make your way over, you bring the sterile water over. You put it over your hands as it does begin to glow and sort of like make its way over them. You spend a little bit of time putting your hands over the leg. You see that she does close her eyes as if it is either painful or potentially soothing. You're not entirely sure looking at her face. She doesn't seem like she's wanting to give anything over. She was obviously uncomfortable showing you guys it in the first place. So that might be where the uncomfortable look is kind of coming from. But she did seem to change it slightly as it was going through. As you finish with your healing, the scarring is still there. And from what you can tell, you did seem to potentially do something to it. As she looks to you, seems you're a lot more capable than I am. I didn't have a ton of training whenever I was there.
How long were you there for?
Well, a good number of years of my childhood, but I'd only just been, learning healing back then for about a year or so before we had to leave. I'm sure that Jen told you enough, but we didn't stay after too long while we were there. So most everything else that I know, I'm mostly self-taught. Luca, I have a question that I haven't asked you in quite a while. Just to be sure, because you brought it up earlier. I want to know now. How old is Luca?
I remember like very late 20s, I believe.
Late
like
20s.
maybe like a 26 or something.
Okay.
I think it's what I wrote.
Interesting. Why don't you roll me for your diligence?
Oh. Okay. Here we go.
Do you recognize?
Do I recognize? Oh, wow.
You don't recognize her. That's not what the roll was for. But you do know, Luca, that whenever you had first started training, when you had first started training your healing, that you basically had to craft a new identity for yourself. You basically had to give away from your old part of you, because they wouldn't allow men to do it, obviously, and you wanted to get as far away from that your other life as possible. So you craft a new identity. Whenever you had showed up, one thing you remember being very weird when you were a kid is you showed up and no one really asked any questions. It's almost as if you were filling a spot.
It's fair. Oh, that makes sense.
So you do know that if she had to go whenever she was very young, you looking at her, she also seems to be in her mid to late 20s. She does not seem to be that much older than you, if any. As she is, she basically just talks about that. We mainly had to learn most of our techniques and things ourselves. There were some others who were around us, obviously, but as you know, the Northern Water Tribe is very particular about keeping their secrets of healing to themselves. They are very peculiar about who they teach and who they allow to know outside. I don't know if that's the same in the South, but she shrugs.
Looks true.
Can anyone just learn healing?
Rue, you don't know. You're not a healer. The only healer you really know of is the elder. You don't really know of many other healers.
Gotcha.
Like you think to yourself, you're like, is that how? I don't fucking know.
I'll be honest. I'm just a god usually. I don't think about a lot of things.
But it does feel a little better. Thank you. You can tell, Luca, as you have done it, it does seem like, again, it's better, but it is not good. She, especially out here, she should probably be in a city at this point with this. She should probably be in Nutaku or in somewhere like that. She shouldn't be out in the wilderness with this.
I want to try the waters.
I would prefer you not. I do not like being indebted to anyone. I'm sorry. Me and my brother...
I can understand that.
Me and my brother, we have only really had each other most of our lives. I told enough to Jin, but our family members that were, well, our family that was told that they had to leave, the reason we had to go with them was it was our parents. They were the ones accused of everything. Them as well as some of our neighbors as well, but we don't like not being able to do something ourselves. We don't like asking others for something that we can't repay. If anything, if we had something here to give you for that, I would understand, but...
Well, how much do you know about that, then?
About?
Your parents and that avalanche or any of that sort? Or even the raid that happened up there?
The raids? Yeah. How do I put it? I don't know how much you learn up there about anything, but the Northern Water Tribe has never stayed out entirely of, well, wanting to speak with our sister tribe of the South. My family, in particular, my mother, was, even though she never told anyone, a member of the Southern Water Tribe. Back at that point, it was not heard of that they would make their way all the way here, but the Northern Water Tribe has never really had any problems with them up until a certain event had happened. My mother was the first one to get blamed because of this. My father as well, because they had learned that they had lied about her. She wasn't from a Water Nation colony. She was from the Southern Water Tribe. And you mentioned the raids. I do also remember something like that when I was a kid. There were some sort of large military effort that was happening, some sort of need for people and supply and different things, and Koma keeps talking about something that both of us don't really understand entirely, to be fair, but we don't know how a large number of them could have made their way there without it. They keep mentioning something about trees. My mother and father were the same. Koma and myself, we have gotten to this point under the assumption that everything that we were accused of is true. We sincerely believe that our mother and father were traitors, that they deserved to be exiled, and that they couldn't trust us because of that. Mostly because when we finally made our way away, our parents were nowhere to be seen. After we came to the mainland, it wasn't a week before we were alone. We don't know what happened to them. We don't know if something had gotten to them or anything like that, but when they left with a number of things. We assumed that they fled, leaving us behind because we would probably slow them down. That being said, the only thing that I know about it is that they always mention these trees. Something about watching them. I don't know what else to say. It's hard enough to even remember. To be fair, though, there is talk about, well, trees around this area. I've told you all, well, I'm sure that other people have told you about this forest and how it used to never be winter here.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say that the trees have something special about them that gives them that property. My brother and I usually are interested in things like that, and as I mentioned, he brings up a lot that he found a tree deep in the forest. He thinks that it might have something to do with everything. Why this place is like the way it is. A tree that, from what he can tell, and this was years ago, mind you, not recently, a tree that always had almost like a film of ice covering it at any given point. As if it was taking in all of the cold around it.
Does he still know where it may be?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was just one of his drunken stupors. But if it is true, then he knows where it is. Most likely. I think that he had said that it was part of the northern forest. A little bit away from here. Even to the north of Nutaku, I think.
And could that be the exchange? Could he lead us there? And then I can use the swatter on your leg.
I cannot speak for him. I don't wish to speak for him.
We can go ask him.
We just got news as well from, well, the soldiers that appeared here before. I have things to tell him as well. How about the two of you, if you spend the night, that's fine, but if you don't, how about you come back tomorrow, after I've had some time to talk with him? We may not be staying here much longer, unfortunately.
I see.
Wait. Is something wrong?
Those men that came here, they mentioned that they can no longer keep patrols out here with us. Those people who've been sitting here guarding the place as well need to return to their homes in Nutaku. Pretty soon it'll just be me and my brother, as well as Baiji around here. We, especially in my condition, we won't be able to keep this place going for long. I was going to talk to him to see what he thought about going to Nutaku, but he has a problem with them. He doesn't like that they've only just now allowed it, so he'll more than likely want to go to the northern port.
All right. Would you mind staying, Rue? I know I will.
I'm definitely going to stay, don't worry.
If you two wish to stay, we have plenty of room. Let me know if you want a snack or anything as well. People usually tell me that they don't, and then they try to sneak into the storeroom in the middle of the night. I've been mostly just leaving out things ever since.
Also, did you want me to call you the nickname or no?
She looks at you for a moment. So that we don't confuse that little girl, you can all call me Cookie, I guess.
I'm just say Koki.
What was that?
I'm just gonna say Koki.
Do whatever you want. She's cute.
I just want to make sure. She is.
She's too powerful, that's what she is.
Powerful.
Yeah, have you guys decided you're gonna stay here for a little bit? We'll see what that comes from anything going on with the others in a moment. But you were saying something, Rue?
Actually, do they look over?
I'm just gonna look over. Do you guys have drinks, by the way?
You probably have to talk to I talked to my brother about that. He mainly keeps them away from a lot of the other guards until it's time for them to settle themselves. But he knows where everything good is.
Well, that's gonna make the night much more enjoyable.
To be honest, though, if you want anything good, like that he doesn't know about, I might be able to hook you up as well. I try to keep things that'll keep him a little bit too rowdy away from him as well.
Gotcha. How many kinds?
Raise his brow. Interesting. Do you have? Would it be a quill? Is that what they use here? Quill paper.
They call them pens, but yes.
Pens and paper. Yes. I just want to let the others know that I'm staying here.
Of course,
that's possible.
Let me go and do that.
Then.
As she turns around and you say what coins, she just looks. She's like 3 silvers for a bottle.
Gotcha. Give me 2.
I'll take 2. She smirks and then she makes her way in. After a minute, she comes back out with some a thing of pen and a roll of paper, and she pulls out two on the smallest side of bottles. Rue, no, they're not like humongous wine bottles or anything. They're on the smallest side. They are more like akin to like almost like if you ever had like schnapps, like that kind of a bottle size.
Yeah.
As she hands them over to you, they seem to be glass bottles that have leather bound around them. As she hands them over to you, takes your silver, hands the roll over to you. You guys go to settle everything for the night.
Yep.
Again, we'll get to exactly what happens with that in a momo. Una momomo. Ichibei.
Hello.
You and your partner, who go everywhere together because you love each other, make your way over to make your way over to the other side where the tents are. As you do, you see a man standing in front. As he looks to you, he's like, "What are you doing over here?"
What's the guy's name again? What did everybody say this guy's name was?
You're looking for a man named Baji.
Oh, it's not very late yet. I was told there's a man named Baji around these parts.
Oh, you want to talk to Baji, huh? What kind of thing do you got with him?
Nothing in particular. I just figured it'd be better than looking at the snow all night.
That's a likely story, outsider.
Is there something I can help you with?
We don't need any help. We're perfectly fine with how we've been doing things. You don't need nothing.
If you've been under the drink recently.
Oh, why? You coming to tell us what we can do and can do now? Is that what's happening? You walk in here, think you can tell us what we can do?
No, I was going to see what I can't do.
You can't do? Can't. He's like looking, he's using his fingers.
I'm just gonna walk past him.
You go past him. Roll me for your technique.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I got a plus sex in technique. I forgot about that.
Mike can't do.
4 plus 6 is 10.
Just get a 10. Is that what you want to go with?
I'm not gonna put anything into it. If he tries to attack me or something, then I'll deal with it.
I will roll for him. Because that is a beatable roll. That's something I didn't think to hear from you. A beatable roll. He doesn't beat it.
No, he can't.
He's just like Mike can't do, but you might do, can't do, but you. He's like trying to figure it out. You just go. As you go by him, he's like, hey, you can't just talk to Baji like that. The man that's over by the fire looks up, sees you, looks over toward the drunk man, puts a hand over toward him. It's like, he goes and sits down at his tent and starts drinking some more.
It's strange. When they talked of you, I didn't think you'd need a drunk person as a bodyguard.
He looks up towards you. A bodyguard? No. They seem to idolize me to an extent. I don't truly understand him, to be fair. I barely know his name.
He may barely know his name as well.
Are you here for any reason? You said you're looking for me?
How do you feel tonight? Comfortable? Energetic enough?
I suppose. Roll me for a moment, as you're doing that. Roll me for your survival.
Okay.
I just want to see.
Put in one inspiration for this, because this guy isn't drunk. 5 plus. Wow, these rolls are not great. That's okay. That's a 9.
Great roll.
No, it's not great.
As you are talking to him, you hear a swift movement coming from the trees off to the head of you. As you hear that movement, you look back. You heard them. You heard the person off in the tree for a moment, and you know that to be the potentially the Dai Li agent that was there. The one, some of the ones that you had seen back in the walls. However, what tipped you off to it wasn't initially the sound. You saw his head move toward it before you heard the sound. He seemed to have heard and noticed her before you did.
Huh.
As that happens, the two of you kind of look off in that direction just with your eyes, not really turning your heads for a moment until that person seems to disappear and make their way away somewhere else.
Yes, I'll take that as a yes.
I'm sorry, what? Sorry. Got distracted.
Me too. If you have a good name for this place, it's because you're doing a good job keeping them safe. That's admirable.
I'm just passing by.
And from one place to another? In a cold area like this, at the very least you have some hospitality.
If they find it kind enough to feed me, then I'll find myself, while I'm staying here, at least being of some use.
And where be it your destination, then, traveler?
I don't think I know anymore. You see him look over toward the fire. I've, lost my way a bit.
Are you from these parts, this nation? Or did you find yourself here trying to get your way back?
Neither. Though I do think that this nation is my home. It is not as if I was making my way back anywhere. I had found a place to call my own for a while, but that place is now gone. Just like many of those lost here.
You have my empathy. My home isn't necessarily in the greatest of straits either. Well, I should say my nation. My home actually isn't quite bad.
You carry dangerous tools about you.
One must if they find themselves in a dangerous situation.
You seem ready for danger from around, but not... Are you so ready for danger from within? Your knives and your... well... other sorts of tools that I'm sure you have hidden are interesting enough, but... that is not the only thing you hold, is it?
I wouldn't look too into it. I haven't asked you to elaborate anything yourself.
As long as you know the dangers.
I am aware. My reason for sitting with you tonight is that I heard from the rest of the people here. You seem to be rather formidable in close, can't speak English combat.
I suppose that's true.
My line of work solely relies on combat of that sort. I was curious to see a person like yourself out here defending this small village, as to what type of person that might be.
And have you sated your curiosity?
Enough to maybe take a drink. If there's any left, I'll look over at the drunkard.
He may not have anything for you, but if you want something, He looks back over toward his tent. I should have something here for you, if you can handle it.
I would hope so. I tend to test you with all sorts of things during your training.
He steps away and goes over toward his tent. As he does, you see that while he turns his back to you, whenever he moves in a way that it seems very much like his feet are stable, as if they are ready for any sort of impact or anything, as if he does not let his guard down. Upon stepping over toward his tent, you see him reach underneath where there's a lot of leathers and other seemingly things, and pulls back what appears to be a very similar kind of leather-bound glass bottle that we had mentioned back there with Rue. As he takes it, he makes his way back over toward his chair, looks over towards you. Can you handle your drink? Better than him, at least.
I'd be concerned if I couldn't.
Then, stranger, if you would like. Here.
I know your name. You may know mine. I am Ichibe Aikawa.
Aikawa. Well, Ichibe, if you have nothing else to do today, would you help me keep vigil?
What does that term mean again?
Vigilant, as if to watch.
It'd be like I'd never left home.
I doubt that either of us need to be in our best state of mind to, well, keep watch over what I believe we both saw.
With the Earth Kingdom's finest in the area, suppose we don't.
Earth Kingdom's finest, huh? Disappointing. He hands the bottle over towards you.
Don't look too far into it.
I'll take the bottle. I'll hand him fucking 3 silver.
It's like, oh, okay, I thought we were just going to drink it. All right, I guess I'll sell it to you, whatever.
Oh, no, I was just, if he's sharing the bottle.
Yeah, he's sharing.
And if he's saying it's potent stuff, then he deserves a couple silver.
Okay, you can do it.
Now it's 2 because you made me angry.
You can hand him 2 silvers.
Fucking, here you go.
He'll gladly take them. As the two of you
What, you thought I was going to take from a wanderer without compensation?
I'll turn it into more drink later, I suppose.
That's the spirit.
No point in refusing you if you have enough to throw around.
I recently found my check that I left away a while ago. Luckily, it hadn't been stolen.
So, Aikawa, huh?
Is that name familiar to you?
I've only heard it from one other person.
Out in these parts?
Yes.
Do you remember their first name then?
I remember everything about them. They were my charge. For at least a while.
What?
Someone that I swore to protect.
Oh.
Let's not worry about that for now.
I can't say you haven't caught my attention, but I'll leave that be. So you find your place this home now. What of your home prior? Is it a similar situation as these folk?
Very much so. They are diligent. I can't stay awake forever, and their need for revenge is very potent. Them wanting to make sure that whoever wronged them does not get what they want is foolish but admirable. And as long as they have that goal in their heart, then I can continue to stay here. At least, that's what I thought before tonight.
And what made you change your mind?
Danger, I suppose. Earlier today, I noticed danger in the forest, off toward the east. And then, it seems as if the Dai Li have their own agendas going on. I don't really know what to say about them, though. They do not interest me. Not at the moment. There's nothing that they do that is, well, too interesting to me.
That's good to hear.
The only thing that has interested me so far is, well, why someone would accompany such a danger.
We happen to be going further east. This danger that you speak of, is it of man, beast, spirit, perhaps?
I believe you're the one best to say that. What is this danger? Man, beast, spirit? The one you were accompanying earlier.
See, speaking of melee. Definitely not.
He said that he had noticed a danger in the forest to the east earlier in the day.
Oh.
and something interesting accompanying that danger that he's talking with right now.
He's talking about the fucking bird.
I mean, he could be talking about anything, man. Who is he talking about?
You speak of the big bird, then.
Bird?
Oh. I wouldn't trouble yourself. It feigns loyalty, and I don't quite understand why I gave it its freedom a year ago. But it seems to accompany us for some sort of goal and reason.
You must be more interesting than I thought.
No, I would not worry too much about that. Something the Daili are worrying about, and honestly, that just makes me worry about ourselves.
Well, thank you for the information. I saw no bird. But how many interesting things must you have about you?
Enough. Maybe more than enough.
I was more meaning the one you were accompanying into the forest earlier.
Oh, you're talking about the fucking... Oh, I know who you're talking about. Okay, never mind. I will look at him dead in the eyes and just say, nothing of your concern. And nothing that should be worried about.
Good answer.
We have no malicious intent being in this land. If anything, we're hoping to accomplish a few things. One potentially being either the restoration of this land, or at least maybe the revenge this village was hoping for.
If you are who you say, then I do not have any need to worry about you. Honestly, if this must be the time that I part with this place, heading off to unknown territory, probably to the south, I don't mind it. Bird, you say? Haven't laughed that hard in ages. He said as he lightly chuckled.
as he fucking falls over having a heart attack.
You tasked yourself, or you were tasked at one point with the protection of a number, a person who shared my name.
No. I was not tasked with protecting anyone of the Aikawa name. No, the one who I was... He looks down again. The one who I failed was someone who had said that name before, is all I say.
So they were not one of that, but rather they knew the name.
We talk around it quite a lot. Would you mind if I asked you something frank?
You're welcome to ask.
You're welcome or not to answer. But we will both understand as soon as I say. Did you complete it? What you set out to do?
I'll smile.
This will not be talked about in this village.
It gives a little solace at least.
The person that you were tasked to protect, they had no relation to the destruction of this place, did they?
He shakes his head.
And they're not who I'm looking for. Directly or indirectly, there is some responsibility to be had. I have a sibling to find. And a cult to disrupt.
Do you not have other matters to accompany yourself with? Or is this the path that they have also chose.
What does he mean by that?
You guys are both talking very cryptically, dude. I don't know if I want to tell you. We could be talking about two completely different things.
But the sentence that he just said there was, "Do you have other matters?"
He says, basically, is that what you have? Is that really what you want to do right now? Is that what you've chosen to do, or is that what they have chosen to do? Because you just smiled, and there's an understanding that may or may not be of the same subject between the two of you right now.
If he's totally off, if we're both totally talking about two different things, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
He's a black ring, you're an anti-ring. He's like, they're both like, fuck you.
Well, I was planning on tomorrow.
Exact opposite things.
You could always ask him who his charge was.
Well, before that, who were you charged?
Roll me charm.
That thing I don't have a lot of.
You at least have one. You at least got
it's
one.
better. It's better than a lure. I want
recommend
this
some
information,
Lotus
man. I'm gonna
points.
put in 2 inspiration for this.
Do you want to use any Lotus points?
I would recommend some.
You have 5 more before the end of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could fucking use one, sure.
Hey.
Ooh.
I'll just fucking put these away. Oh,
Roll,
that's a reroll,
roll.
right? It does. It gives me a reroll?
Lotus point rerolls.
Okay, yeah.
First roll.
15,
15, 17, 18,
That's
19.
I'll take the 15 plus the 5, which is 20.
He stops for a moment. He just sort of takes the drink from you for a second and swirls it around in the glass before staring off towards you. A great man. One who changed the lives of many around him. One that saw it, well, wise to trust only the best for certain tasks. One who sent an Aikawa to do their work. The mountain.
Oh. Okay. I thought he was going to say the fucking previous avatar for a second there.
Unfortunately, someone who trusted me a little bit too much. Trusted that I could do more than I could. He takes the drink and hands it back over to you.
I see. So after the task was completed then?
Your task was done. The one he sent me on, as well as others, were not. By the time I returned, it was already too late.
Sure he understood the dangers.
Of course.
I'll take a swig.
Nonetheless, he was given a proper burial by my associates. My other comrade.
You moved him.
We were tasks because of us were unique. I understand now that we weren't necessarily some ragtag group. Making a mountain to God's oneself, or something, does not mean that it cannot be moved by the right person. He earned that much. Rest in peace.
He looks toward the embers before letting out a sigh and looking up toward the sky. I'm glad that we succeeded in both of our tasks, then. I only wish that everyone succeeded theirs. But I think that as the only two groups that succeeded, we're the only ones who remember. I suppose I'll head off for the night.
Does make me curious. I know he tasked many the same objective. You imply that he tasked you with something different. Is there something you care to wish to indulge in another time?
Perhaps. Once we both learn exactly if we are friend or foe. He smirks. But nothing that I wish to talk about here, where there may be others about.
I agree.
You can keep the bottle.
If you are not doing anything tomorrow, at least when you are not patrolling, they say you are very good with your fists. I would like to see if that is true, or at least to learn more about what I can or cannot do against anybody formidable enough to defend themselves. Are you up for sparring at some point?
You'll probably be quick enough to notice if that's the case. Should I risk it? You're intriguing enough. You're staying over at the monastery? That's where I saw the two of you leave last time I checked.
That is correct. We have decided to make our place there for now.
We can decide whether we're friends or not by then. As much of a heads up as I can give, I'll be there tomorrow. He looks to the sky just as the sun reaches its peak, and not a second later.
It's high noon.
On that, you have my word.
I will keep that in mind. And I will tell my other comrades that a stranger in green intruding on our area should not be taken care of.
We will see if your comrades even notice me coming.
At least one will.
Agreed. Until then. He stands up from his chair and makes his way back over toward his resting area. He sort of props himself up against those leathers and seems to close his eyes. He's probably letting his guard down. Maybe it's probably what's happening.
course. Yay, I made a new friend.
Good job, did it.
I don't actually have any fucking clue as to whether or not this guy gives a shit. But yeah, I guess he's cool.
He apparently was working with the mountain.
I'm gonna fight him at high noon.
From what you remember, most of the others, at least all the other groups that were sent out were taken out by Black Rings. If he's telling the truth, then that means he either escaped or who knows.
Mm-hmm.
But your guys' was the only group that found the Avatar, if you remember.
He could be lying. Now that I told him that we took the thing from the area. Now that I told him that we have his fucking box. He's probably like, oh, Master will be pleased. As he fucking gets into his tent, fucking rubbing his hands together.
Waits for you to turn away, just goes, ha-ha-ha, stabs you. I lied. I wasn't going to attack you then. I attacked you now.
Technically, it's high noon somewhere in the world. The sun has reached its peak in Africa.
You want to make your way back over toward the other group?
Yeah, I will. I'll make my way back.
As you guys make your way back toward the other two, you guys will tell each other plans of what's going to happen. You guys are going to do that. The other three would have made their way back toward the monastery, but as everyone is separating, everyone is going off in their own directions, and as these new things have come to light about the missions you guys had gone on long ago, I think we're going to be ending things off here for the night.
I don't know to see if Maylee gets kidnapped or not.
Well,
it's not
again,
gonna happen.
We usually start these at 7 now, so we can end at a decent time for Lindo. So we're gonna be ending things off now for the night.
Makes sense.
It's almost 5 a.m.
Maylee's technically stronger and smaller. She is harder to grab and she is stronger now.
Probably.
It's the perfect combination of you literally. She's OP now.
Listen, all she has to do is cry, I want my mommy, and then Cookie will randomly appear.
Cookie will fucking show up and bludgeon whoever's in the way.
Jesus Christ.
Who hurt the small child?
God damn.
Whose leg do I have to break?
There will be a fucking slaughter that'll happen.
You know what the funnest part for me about all of this is?
What?
They wouldn't have looked the same, obviously, because, different arts and different things and yada, yada, yada. But, this, again, most of the stuff you guys are going into were things you guys could have potentially found with different scenarios, obviously, in the beginning of the game. So I'm very happy. Again, obviously the arts would have been different, and obviously different things would have been different. But it's very neat. It's very neat for me to get the these characters.
So you're saying we could have found these people sooner?
Technically, yes, because they've literally been here watching this area ever since the monastery had lost a lot of its people, which you guys know. Again, there were so many corpses over in where's it called again, Phantom?
Over in
there was a lot of corpses of Black Ring members there. Like, from what they're saying, yes, you guys did drive like the final nail in the coffin for them all to leave whenever you took out the airbending master, quote unquote. But you guys skipped those months after coming out of the spirit world, and you guys would have came and found them. They're like, all this stuff would have been something similar back then. It's very fun. I'm very happy we get to get these things done.
Yeah, we make our way. We move places.
It just makes me wonder so much to myself, like, like what would have happened if you would have met Baja, or not Baja, like back if you would have met him back in the beginning of the campaign as opposed to now, you know. Where now you have like all of your training and you can note like small things like this, and like you could see like the ninja moving in the fucking the trees. Obviously the Dai Li wouldn't have been here in the beginning, obviously, because they're doing this specifically because of your guys' interference and stuff like that. But other things would have happened. It's very fun. I'm very happy.
A bunch of fucking dorks.
But yeah, we are having some nice stuff here in the avatars world. We're about to get really deep into some other stuff. You guys have a clear goal in mind, which is check out the monastery, find Dalto, find pickaxe, break rock before heading off to Ba Sing Se.
Yes.
So I'm very happy to see what might happen on the way for all of those things, because I told you guys already out loud, like a lot of these places I haven't changed a lot of things that are going to be there, and some of these places you guys could have handled back in the day. So we'll have to see exactly what that is going to come for later on. American Jake just donated $2. Says late inspiration, but Ichibe use this and at high noon Baja blast his ass to the moon.
The moon's in Africa. That means I have to punch him through the earth. Jesus Christ.
Baja blast him to the moon.
Baja blast.
It's cause he's Baja.
Jesus. I am curious about this person now. I will not lie. I am more interested in trying to get the checklist that we got done. But finding the odd person every now and again that gives some interesting background is interesting.
Mm-hmm. And again, like we're getting into some things that potentially have some NPCs tied into some Lucas stuff. That might be that's pretty fun. A bunch of stuff. It's great.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna fight a guy for lunch.
It's high.
Probably get embarrassed. Probably embarrass myself in front of my girlfriend.
It's die noon.
Welcome back. Nice shape.
It's cry noon.
I'm high at noon.
It's pie noon. He shows up high.
Fry noon. He fucking gives me some French fries. Delicious. I wouldn't say nutritious, but delicious. Delicious is good. Delicious French.
It'll be 11:59 soon.
It's true. That's very true. You were correct.
Oh shit! I wasn't even paying attention to time.
You are correct with that.
I am. Holy shit! I wasn't even thinking about that.
It's a Thai spoon. Says American Jake.
Oh.
It's a monsoon. Everyone dies.
Crowlander had said a while ago, "Hey, Blue, it's currently 5:30 over here, and I'm fucked. And holy shit, is this an Avatar D&D thingy?"
What?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
He's like, "I'm fucked, and holy shit, is this an Avatar D&D thingy?" Hell yeah, Crowlander, you know it.
Yeah,
yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know it. Dope.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how things happen next week whenever we come back to this. Maybe we'll move on to one of the cities. Maybe we'll see what other people are wanting to go and do during all of this. Maybe there'll be some other things that can take a little bit of time. I'm glad you guys remembered certain things about stuff back now. It really is going to help out a lot. Remembering anything you guys can, specifically if anybody wants to go and refresh their minds on things, specifically about the village, the village outside the mine might be pretty good to keep in mind. But yes, with all that being said, my dudes, hope everyone enjoys being your Any questions, below. Until next time, guys, like always, later days.
Bye.
Goodbye.